Hello and welcome to today's VOD. We're gonna play some Warfactories and we'll start right off with a quick survival mode. As you can see here on this account, I haven't played it actually yet, so it's quite a good thing to try it out. And I actually have never tried to make Warfactories work on survival either, so we're gonna see how that one works out. Hopefully I got decent techs that I can use, because I haven't played much on this account. So we will go for a production Warfactory. I think we have to do that at that point, because it's going to be very hard otherwise to get through the later rounds. I'm not even sure if it's even possible at all. But as I said, I haven't tried it, so we will find out. Now, in terms of enhancements, all the production stuff for sure. Missile Interceptor is probably necessary, although that can be argued, but I don't think Armor enhancement is going to do it. Maybe high explosive is a good idea because we get to clear chaff a little bit faster. Maybe we can get away with no chaff clear at all. I think I will actually try that, because missile interceptor we can get from Mustangs or anything like that. So let's get high explosive and see how we do with that one. Hopefully all goes well. So solo survival. And there we go. Also, you can play duo on the lower difficulties as well. Completely forgot. I never played this one very much in duo because it's very, very hard to do and there's very little playing the mode, unfortunately. But, you know, maybe that we can change that. That's exactly what we're trying to do here. Okay, we have a Marksman Rhino opener. Interesting. Have not played those very much at all. So that means we need crawlers. And I do wonder when is the earliest that we can deploy factories, because they might come as a unit drop, but that's actually quite a long time away most of the time. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, let's also bring up chat. My bad, my bad. There we go. So I think without crawlers it's gonna be pretty difficult to survive the earlier rounds, especially against marksmen. Now the downside of crawlers early is just that we don't need them yet. We want them at the line if we can. But I guess we have to make do. We also don't have assault mode marksmen, so we have to be a little bit careful with that one. Alright, let's see it. So one rhino is gonna get targeted by the marksman, but the other one is safe for 1 or 2 shots because of the crawlers. But we need the crawlers later for this marksman anyway, so I don't think it's gonna work against us. But this rhino might die. He does die. Close one, close one. To be honest, I don't mind. I don't want to play the rhinos late game anyway. We're just using them for the early game. But they are quite useful, so I wouldn't like losing them right out of the gate. Yeah, there we go. That's actually where we needed those the most. And maybe, nope, we can't make it. It's not a good starting pack at all because of the survivability. Now there's a scorpion waiting since we have a rhino. Guess we can go for phantom rays in that case. It's either that or just fire badgers. They do very badly against the scorpion, but we need some sort of chaff clear anyway. I think I will take the phantom rays actually for now. They're very useful as a front line. Let's do some math. 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like so. Now the annoying part is we can't actually flank with a factory because it doesn't fit, but you know, maybe we can work something out where we have a different flank here on the side. Maybe steel balls, phoenixes, something that the factory can produce. So we profit from the teching. Alright, let's try to spread out the crawler here a little bit so the Scorpion takes out those crawlers instead of our poor Rhino. Thank God this is only the weaker mode. The insane modes wouldn't allow me to play this kind of stuff here, by the way. That's really, really hard to do. Oh, nice. The Rhino dodged the Scorpion shot entirely. Very good, very good. Yeah, we do lose tower at the wrong time. If we had bought a beacon, that wouldn't have happened, but I only have 50 left, so can't do everything in one turn. I guess it's still okay. It's not that bad. Okay. Oh, additional deployment slot. Best upgrade in the game for sure. In survival. Ooh, a nasty Vulcan. Right in our face. Now the good thing is if we hit armor, we can actually survive this round for free. On the other hand, I don't really want to hit the armor button. So we could sneak in a Phantom Ray on the flank there. No armor on the rhinos. That's gonna be a toughie. We can get some sledgehammers. Do not have armor either. Goddamn. Phoenixes don't really work out in this case. Steel balls. Do we have steel ball armor? We do. I mean, steel balls are not bad against Vulcans in general, but those are experimental Vulcans, so they are quite powerful. 350 for the armor, so we have to sell here, otherwise we can't afford. But I think it's fair to sell out of the Rhino, because, you know, they are Rhinos against steel balls. Leave our gaps. Actually, does a factory even fit in front here? No. Because of the crawler placement. Either behind the crawlers or behind this one. I guess this crawler can go later. Okay, on the other side there's nothing, so I guess it's go time. The problem is our chaff clear is still pretty garbage, so I'm not sure if the steel balls will survive this. Doesn't look pretty. Okay, we got one Vulcan down. But I am a little bit afraid. We got him, okay. Poor Phantom Rays. Yeah, I guess they would have deserved the armor. But I'm trying to get away from the Phantom Rays in general, because I want to play stuff that the factory produces. Portable shield and nano repair kit. I think portable shield is probably worth taking here. We will sell out of the Rhino. What kind of chaff clearing units do we have? I guess we have just the factories because of the high explosive. But it's too early to buy one because I need to unlock it, which is 200. Then efficient maintenance is 400 and 800 for the buy. So 2K. That's a lot of money. Guess we can promote this one for now. Guess we can't really fit a crawler here, since we need that for the factory spot. I think I will just add more to the side here. So sledgehammers could be an option, because we are producing sledgehammers, and those can clear chaff with mech range. Mech range, and then we have EMP. I think that's fair to say. Now, where do we fit them? I guess we can put them right in the flank here, which means they're gonna suck this turn, but maybe next turn. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. And then another one over here. This crawl needs to be upgraded pretty soon, but not yet. And I think for this round we will get rid of that Fang. Oh, there's actually a level 3 crawler coming in here. I'll also take that one out, because we can't defend that. Very nice. That's a lot of XP this turn, because we have a lot of level 3 units that are dying. Good thing we have the Phantom Rays, because we still need stuff that can shoot up. And we will get the Phoenixes eventually, but for now that is not possible. The one problem we have with the factory is that we need to go as early as we can, but not by too many, because we have trouble financing that. Oh, this might be the turn. Although we can get Phoenixes for free, which is a very good addition, because we can summon those afterwards. And the Overlord is really, really spicy. Very expensive too. So this is 800. Oh no, it's 500. What am I saying? 500 and base cost. I guess I will take it. I mean, unlocking the Phoenix is not that bad, and I want the money now. So factory time, and we get instantly punished, by the way, because now they have Stormcallers. But I'm not worried about that one. Okay, efficient maintenance we have to click, and we will also click high explosive. Another sledgehammer, so we get more chaff clear on the board. And I guess we can also add another crawler. It's either there or behind the factory here. Ooh, this looks very dangerous. Let's hope the Phoenixes can get dragged over here. So we don't have a mobile beacon yet, but maybe we may get it in time. Those Stormcallers are gonna be very painful. factory barely got to participate so far because it doesn't have range yet. So range is going to be the next tech on the plan, and then the factory can fight for itself, and then we can actually make use of the summoning. Oh, look at that. That Arclight is so much XP. Ah, but we don't make it. Goddamn Phoenix. Very powerful unit. I think one of my dogs is missing. Ah, there it is. Okay. Acid Blast, Rhino Salt. Here, immediately we get acid on the Stormcaller. That's actually quite bad because I don't have my photon tech on the bar. Which means we need a photon from the Overlord, which we can get, but it's rather expensive. Can we actually fit another factory there? Maybe. I think power system is probably the best one because we need to go faster. Does it fit? It does. So we need to get rid of the marksman and the crawler. I guess that's happening next turn. Immediately melting point in my face as well. The AI is not screwing around here. I think we can sell out of those Phantom Rays. So we actually get to deploy more chaff. I'm not gonna upgrade this crawler, even though it's gonna die. Because we need additional chaff this turn. I guess we can also hit the speed button as well. Alright, let's hope the factory can actually deal with the melter. The problem is that there's a acid high, super high explosive. So as you can see here, it's gonna smear acid everywhere. I don't know. Maybe we can get out of here before the Stormcaller targets the factory. It's gonna run on the acid already. That's not good. Free claws are escaping, but that's not an issue. Yeah. Goddamn acid crawler, Stormcaller. That's the problem with the ground-based compositions. And we also get missile striked right after. Okay, mass-produced ledges are actually okay, but we already have too many on the board. Improved Wasp we will not take because I do not plan on running Wasp for now. I mean, iron is pretty strong. Probably need to do that because we don't have anything to clear the Brave. Factory gets a level up. And I guess so do the steel bolts. Could also drop a second factory, but that doesn't really work out here. I would like to get some Phoenixes on the board now, because they can deal with the Wraith. They're always a little bit awkward to fit, since they don't have the same size as the steel bolts and whatnot. I think it's fine for them to be on the flank for now, since they don't want to be that far forward anyway. Oh, this Wraith is gonna be a problem, because I don't think we can face that head on because of the degen beam. Could also put it behind the factory, but I don't think that's happening here. Okay, so this crawler needs to be upgraded because we still need some sort of chaff. So it's not gonna get sold. Do we say anything? I think I have to keep the Phantom Rays around. They are one of my best units at the moment. Yeah, the first Iron Beam at least gets rid of that Wraith very quickly. And killing the Volkanov is not that hard because we have the Steel Ball and Warfactory combination. But I'm not sure about that Wraith. That's gonna be a big problem. The Phoenixes can kind of kill it, but the degen beam makes their attacks very, very weak. Okay. Looks okay. Oh, well, thank God. And factory is now online. It's gonna chaff clear and it's gonna carry the ground fight unless it gets EMP'd. And this is the best case scenario because we have a huge factory that doesn't have much upkeep very early, and then we can go deeper for the rest. Okay. I don't think we need any of those units, so I guess we will sell the big boy. Add more factories. Upgrade all the units that are currently dying. I guess the sledgehammer here doesn't have a level. Can't upgrade those, but I can upgrade the steel ball. I think it's Phoenix production time because we need a bunch of more Phoenixes. And probably quantum reassembly as well, since he has anti-air barrage. It's gonna be very painful. And I think we need a second factory here, otherwise we are getting late. There should be a unit in front here. I'm not sure what would we deploy. Maybe another Phantom Ray. Maybe, but we will lose 2 units this turn. That's actually rather painful, but that's the way the survival goes. Sometimes you get screwed over. Any EMPs here? I would hope not. As we can see, the fortress is still doing a number on the poor factory, since it has range. But as soon as we get into the tower, we can kill them off. Let's just hope we can mass produce enough Phoenixes to get rid of the shielded wasp. That's actually a pretty bad matchup for us, since our Phoenixes do not have the correct tech. They should have launcher overload in survival. It's just the superior tech in general. Okay, looks like we are stabilizing now. Ooh, there's mini Phoenixes. That's not good. Those things are very, very nasty. I guess we have to go for EMP that turn. But apart from that, there's not much else to do. Acid crawlers, okay. Acid crawlers not that nice against me, but I think it's fine. Super heavy armor is another good item for either the sledges or the steel balls. More factory upgrades. And also some crawler savings. Otherwise we will run out of crawlers pretty soon. Yeah, the problem is we can't fit much else here that makes sense. I think there should be an air unit in there. Maybe I should have filled the gap with Warfactories as well. We kind of need some space to deploy our units here, so it's not really that easy to do. I guess we will rebuy the sledgehammer that died over here. Still can't afford mech rage, but now we have to afford oil, otherwise we will die. And I will also take a beacon. So we hopefully get somewhere close. I just hope I'm not running into the acid crawlers, because that's gonna be pretty nasty. Actually, I might need to run hounds, because the hounds can prevent the acid from staying on the ground. I'm just a little bit afraid that they're gonna die too fast. I think photon emission is the better solution to this kind of problem. So you can see here there's a lot of little phoenixes now. And those are quite nasty because they can overpower a lot of compositions in the survival game in general. Yeah, one of the factories actually went bye-bye. But this one is almost up to level 4. Oh, it's too late. I didn't even know this only had 9 rounds. I'm used to 18. Okay. Yeah, I guess it performed pretty well. And we were not running out of money, but I didn't know that the AI likes to spam acid into this comp. Did not realize that. So the Phoenix here has to have different upgrades. I think Charge Shot is not the play. It's either Energy Shield or Launcher Overload. Elite Marksman is okay, but it's 400. That's extremely expensive for a upgrade that is not that useful most of the time, unless we have another Giga Factory like that one. Quantum, I think, is fine, because they will reassemble. Yeah, I think Launcher, because I don't have anything else for anti-air, so the Phoenixes have to kill whatever is attacking the factory in the air by themselves. Oh, just so used to clicking multiplayer. Alright. Now it's 12 rounds. Okay, good to know, good to know. Ooh, this time we have a proper opener. Look at that. Now, unfortunately, the AI just has more units than us. So that's actually quite bad, but can we actually flank turn 1? No. God damn it. I think we will attempt the factory build-up again. So we need a bunch of space here. I guess we could make another line for the factory and then deploy the rest of the units here. That could also work. So we're gonna do a 7 here. And then another 7 over here. And then we'll deploy the steel balls in the third row, that is. Front crawlers so they don't die immediately. This looks very janky, but trust me, it's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because there's 2 spaces left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. We have a little bit too much crawlers, but I think I need to buy a crawler turn 1 to actually be able to win this. Okay. Yeah, looks like we're winning the crawler fight, which is the most important fight. And then the steel balls can actually do whatever they are supposed to do. Unfortunately, we lose all the crawlers to the last of them. But that's just a crawler life. Sometimes things have to be sacrificed. Oh, there's an instant scorpion on the next turn. Ooh, a huge hound. There's the Phantom Race again that were doing a very good job. Look at that. Tower Assassination Squad on the other side. Guess the best target is the hound for selling, and unlocking the hound is not really that useful. I think I will take it. I want the money. So first of all, we need more crawlers, and we need more crawlers in the flank. Because that's the most important spot when you are playing this kind of mode. What do we do about this shenanigan? Can we say that? Kind of hard to do. I think I will just upgrade the tower for now and then we YOLO the rest. Alright, let's go. Scorpion is no issue, it's gonna kill some crawlers and gonna be, generally speaking, pretty useless. Our crawlers might actually win this side, I'm not sure about that one. They may or may not. Ooh, I have terrible horror attacks I just saw. Acid explosion. Yeah, looks good. We distracted the Stormcaller in time. And the Steebolt's actually leveled. That's nice. Steebolt's leveling is always very useful late game. Look at that. They almost killed the tower. That's why we upgrade them. They do actually take the upgrade. Like the crawlers look very fancy with the new red skin stuff. Okay, ooh, Assault Scorpion for the memes. But we are married to the Warfactory today. Redeployment can actually be quite useful because we can redeploy stuff deeper into the flank. Look at that overreaction, by the way. Lots of stuff by the AI redeployed. I think redeployment is worth taking here because we have a second row crawler that I don't want to have. It should be over here. Well, I'm guessing we will buy more crawlers this round, because my upgrades absolutely suck. Can't click any of that. We may be able to click armor here or mech division, since mech division is really nice on the factories, or do we just skip and buy a factory next turn? Because we need to get those on the board. I will actually deploy another crawler here, which you should never do. But I will redeploy that up here, since it doesn't have to warp in. I actually think we need the oil to tank for the factory. Let's get a little bit away from the corner there. Okay. Let's see. That's a lot of crawlers we have. I don't think I have played with quite as many crawlers before, but you know. The Steebolts here are really helpful because the crawlers cannot kill those bigger targets, but they can clear chaff and they can protect the steel balls from getting arc lighted into the face. Like so. I'm afraid one steel ball is toast, but the rest will survive. Very cool, very cool. We got another level on the steel balls. And the reason I moved the oil a little bit more forward is so we don't get shafted by the guys going to the tower in the first place. Oh, it's a big sledgehammer over there. Looks pretty scary. Anything in our flank? Ah, see that? That's cheesy AI play. Rhino Assault can actually be quite decent here. I think I will take it. Although Quick Teleport is really nice. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I think I will take the Rhino still. I would like to get rid of that other tower. So this is very easy to deal with. We just drop a crawler here and that's it. This crawler will get warped in here. So this is a great round to warp in more crawlers. Because we have space. And if we are very, very lucky, we might get a subsidized crawler. Okay, I think I might actually invest into range on the steel balls already. I think that's gonna be very useful. But I want to get factory next turn if I can. So I think I will hold back the money for now and then we see how it goes next turn. Beacon, same thing, don't need that yet. Because we're coming from all the sides anyway. So far this looks like a crawler only run instead of a factory run, but that's okay. Look at that. Secret Agent is on the job. So we will get a full tower debuff and also another one. And those sledges probably not gonna be long for this world, hopefully. And they are a great source of XP for our steel balls to feed on. Because the entire unit is worth so much. Yeah, there we go. Level 3 steel balls. Oh, look at that. Abyss. Oh, could also be a Abyss carry game, but I'm afraid we have to stick to the plan. So Abyss is what, 800? And how much is this? This is 300 and 150 times 4. So 600, 900, also 800. I don't value this unlock so much. I think the Scorpion unlock is fine. Okay, there's gonna be sledgehammers in my corner now. Now we do bust out the factory for sure. Might actually take 2 factories this turn even. Top crawler actually gets an upgrade because I don't want that to be low level. It needs to be high level as it can. So let's go for efficient maintenance this turn. We might actually deploy a factory down here and then redeploy it later. Or we just redeploy a steel ball. I think that's even more interesting to do. Like so. Yeah, I guess we will take a second one. I mean, why not, right? And in this case, I might actually take the sledgehammer production. How much HP they have? 3.4. I can still one-shot blue sledges for now, so I think We should not actually take the HE this turn. Instead, we will just drop another unit of steel balls. Next to the rocket, I know. Poor steel ball got wrecked. Oh, what the hell is this? There's some traffic involved here. I just wanted to have a unit here that distracts the melting point for a little bit at least. But I'm afraid we're gonna lose the factory. Which is exactly why I wanted to get HE, but I got greedy. Yeah, but we can't hold back the level 3 sledgehammer and the freaking level 3 crawlers. Just one factory. Ouch. Another redeployment, okay. Efficient light manufacturing we probably have to take. Upgrade the top one. Any redeployments necessary? I don't think so. But there's those pesky freaking phoenixes again. So I think we have to go for phoenix production just to survive this turn. Might actually sell out of the steel balls since they are very valuable. And we need to get more deploys on the board this turn, otherwise we are in trouble. Then we redeploy that steel ball to the front. And this time we will actually take the beacon. Okay, I think we have to go for sledgehammers now. So we actually just have the potential of having shove clear anywhere. Now the problem is these freaking phoenixes will also destroy crawlers and make crawlers at the same time. It looks like having factories too close to each other makes them behave a little bit weird. This is the downside of having so many crawlers. Now we die to experimental phoenix way faster. We did actually lose the tower. But now we're clearing the freaking phoenixes. Yes, that's good. Oh no, there was a bunch of crawlers below. Because my Warfactory exploded and produced more crawlers. Oh, look at that. How many crawlers. Completely forgot about that one. I mean, I thought the parasitic ammo was actually working like replicate, but it doesn't say so in the tooltip, so I was a little bit debated there. Ew. I would like to EMP that Wraith, but he has the anti-interference module. That's actually quite nasty. I love to get the additional deployments. I think we have to get it. Yeah, we might be able to get a missile on him. Hopefully we do. Half of our crawler frontline is dying currently. We can't hit any upgrades because they're too expensive for this turn unless we sell. Do we sell steel balls? Maybe. And we will get actually the sledges with mech rage, so at least get some sort of chuff clear going. And other than that, it's just more chuff, pretty much. Okay, we get to redeploy. Do we want to redeploy something? We could get this crawler more into the flank to get away from the Wraith, but yeah, I guess we can redeploy. We will redeploy this one to take out the crawler flank and hopefully the fangs here as well. I guess like so. Okay, see how that does. Hopefully our phoenixes can deal with the Wraith massacre. Looks like my plan with the missile did not turn out to be working. As long as we can kill that Wraith, we're going to be fine, I would like to say, but we are not fine yet. Okay, looks like it worked. Look at that, lots of golden sledges. Very cute. I'm afraid the Wraith is gonna be our deaths at some point, but oh, it was so close, look at that. Unfortunately, we ran out of units to produce. Feels bad, man. That would have been a nice amount of XP. Oh well. Wow, 8 wasp. That's not a lot of wasp. And also a bunch of saber teeth and fangs. Okay. I think the hound sounds nice. Lots of hounds is a lot of chaff clear. Saber teeth are faster to sell. Yeah, I think I like the saber more. Because we could use some sort of sheet breaker unit here. So we will just deploy a bunch of them. And then we will sell out. That's kind of hard to snipe a tower. Maybe we can get it done over here. Maybe. This squad doesn't have to stay here, so it's gonna redeploy to the front line where it dies an honorable death. Okay, I think this might be a good turn for range, although I would love to an upgrade here. I actually think we need to go Phoenix upgrades first. So we have a backline here that can take out the tower at some point. And what do we want to have? Do we need EMP or range anything? I don't think we need any of that this turn. So I guess we will skip with money in the pocket so we can profit later. I guess we could get away with one more turn of waiting here because the Stormcaller's not gonna lock the factory. But I will click temp range this turn so we get some more range into those fortresses. Yeah, I think the Rhino is getting overrun by crawlers. Eh. I mean, he distracted the crawlers long enough that we should take tower in time. So I guess that's a good thing. Sledgehammers are doing okay. Oh, right. I could also get rid of Electromech shot because the sledgehammers I produce have EMech. Oh, the Steeboils got shafted by that tower debuff. Right. Nice little Warfactory swarm. Oh, there's our worst enemies. The Wasp are in. And we get intense training. That's actually really nice. So we can brute force a level. I mean, I'm not going to level that one, that's for sure. It's a little bit too close. We could get a factory in the back here, actually. Just to get rid of that experimental Rhino. Get a fresh level on that. This time we actually get the thing going that you should always have, which is a tower sniping squad. My oil ran out and then the Rhino comes in. I mean, that's kind of unfortunate, but not much we can do about that one. Even with a missile, we won't be able to make it. I think I will try to sacrifice a crawler here. Just like a little speed bump. Do we need any more redeploys? I mean, the factory could probably kill that alone. Oh yeah, I see here. There's a bunch of important stuff happening. We can actually redeploy this crawler out of the corner. We don't need him this turn. And into the backline, so he hopefully survives. And then we can add a fresh one into this gap. And we pray that the Phoenixes can actually take care of the Wasp problem. I think I'm gonna loan this turn. This looks like a loanable turn for me. So we get Launcher Overload. And actually survive that, hopefully survive that Wasp attack with the Phoenixes. Okay, let's go. Okay, one factory is shooting the Rhino. So the Wasp flank is still alive, but everything else has been dealt with. And this is where we need Launcher Overload, otherwise we cannot kill those Wasp fast enough. And we actually delayed the Rhino quite nicely. Very cool, very cool. We can't one-shot them even in tower depth. This is exactly what you need to do, by the way. Just get the tower ASAP. Looks good. And our second factory also got a level up here. So we got 2 leveled factories. And the other one can be redeployed. No problem. Advanced targeting is very strong. EMech blast, I mean we can do, but no, I don't think so. I think I would like to take the upgrades this turn. And then the other factory gets redeployed to the front line, where it should be. Get the crawler. Yeah, our special crawler actually did not make it. Do we want to keep the sledge around? I mean, I don't really think we need to. So he will stay dead for now. Can't fix factories here because of the crawler deployments. This one I will redeploy with another drop, so I'm not gonna add another crawler. I think we just add a second wave of crawlers in general. That's always a good habit of doing in this mode. Actually, we can beacon the crawlers as well. It doesn't matter. Oh yeah, right. We have the additional deployment slot. I completely forgot. Well, now the big downside is our Phoenixes have tiny range compared to theirs. They are 70 range below. But that's okay. I mean, range doesn't matter really. Just have more crawlers and you don't need range. Okay. And we take out the tower. And whenever a bird is dying, we will just produce a new one. Oh, look at the mean grinder here. Poor crawlers. That's why you need subterranean blitz at some point. And also the reason why you could put an item on this crawler at the top here, because if that survives, you will take the second tower no matter what he deploys. Very nice, very nice. Very clean round. Ew. So, there is some overlordage here. Those can actually take out our factories rather quickly. And we do not run Launcher Overload right now. I mean, we could hack the rhinos. That would actually be pretty nice. I think I will take the hackers just for this turn. So there's nothing in our flank. But there is multiple rhinos we need to take out here. I mean, oiling doesn't really do anything this round. I think I will save the oil for later. Do we want another factory? I think I might. So for now we have to redeploy a crawler. It's probably gonna be this one. Goes straight to the front line and gets his upgrade. And then this party train can go straight across the map. Yeah, not sure about the intense training. I guess we will grab another factory. And more crawlers as always. Range is probably needed, and so is speed. And then we pray that those rhinos don't slap our factories and the overlords don't either. Okay. I think the rhino is absolutely toast. That's nice. But the factory is getting under fire here. Ugh, take the tower. Damn it. It was a little bit too late. But I mean, we still get the Phoenixes produced, and I think that was the biggest overlord by far. And we hacked all the rhinos on the map here. I almost made to the tower. Then as soon as our fleet of phoenixes arrive, we actually get to fight. Another intense training, I guess. Why not, right? We have so little money because we have minus 200 upkeep each turn now. I can really feel that in this mode. Because we keep on playing and we don't end the game. Yeah, that's a lot of units. I can't actually sell enough units to make this work. But this steel ball has to die, so we can hack better targets. These crawlers will die to my crawlers. That's not the issue. I think this is where we need HE. Otherwise the factories will be stuck on crawlers and mustangs. The other thing is, do we get armor this turn? Because I think armored... oh, we don't have armor on the sledges, never mind. But armor sledges would have been pretty nice here, I think. Dang it. Range doesn't really make much sense on the sledges yet. Might be able to sneak another rhino, and this time we will drop oil for sure. Any low factory here? No, not really. We could redeploy a hacker somewhere if we'd like. I think I will do so and try to get that Vulcan down. This is a questionable flank, I think. Sounds very bad. Let's add more crawlers just in case. I think I might actually just hit impact drill this turn. I don't like that upgrade most of the time, but I think we need the heavy lifting of the crawlers this game. Otherwise, we will have a little bit of trouble playing out the amount of units here. Okay, I think the rest is okay. It's not good, but it's not bad either. And temp speed, let's go. Okay, let's hope the steel balls don't get to connect to my factory. Ah, they instantaneously do. That's bad. Come on, factories. Nice, nice. This is why we bought the AoE damage, by the way. So now we have 11 meters of splash. Yeah, nice. We hacked the experimental Vulcan in the corner. Look at that. Our Rhino almost made it to the tower, then got distracted. Yep, there's one angry mini Vulcan. But he did not make it to the front line. Alright. I think that was the last one of this version. Yeah, but that was a little bit more tough for sure. There we go, another tech point. Very nice. Don't have all the techs unlocked on this account. I do have the proper text here. I wonder why I'm running acid. Maybe that was some sort of new tech that I was trying out. In survival, I will actually play Mech Rage on the crawlers as well. And we also want the fire extinguisher, I think, on those doggies. Because they might actually be able to protect our factories. Then the Phoenix can get rid of the electromech shot because we have the sledges to do so. And they might actually profit from energy shield since they are our main air force, air tanks, however you want to call it. And then on snatches, I'm pretty sure I would like the armor enhancement. Although technically speaking, that does not really matter because we are not getting hit by any big spells, but it might be nice to protect the phoenixes. I think the steel balls are fine as is. They don't really have techs that are worth using in the end. And yeah, with the factories, I'm not sure. I mean, I think all of this is mandatory. You have to have splash in order to destroy units yourself. The other ones are here to peel. This is needed so we don't die to money issues. And this is necessary because we can't get in range without range, right? Okay. One more and then we'll switch to multiplayer. So we're insane now. There's 4 insane stats. Usually I always play on insane 4, but apparently, which I did not know, you have to unlock them. I don't remember because it was such a long time ago. Oh, look at that. We have the hounds. So I guess we can try the hounds with the factory in tandem. Probably not the greatest start to walk into. I mean, you could also try to deploy on the other side. I think I've never been on this side before. Yeah, let's try that one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I think I will actually leave spaces between the factories. They were getting rather stuck. So this is another 5, 6, 7. At this time the Mustangs can actually fit because the Hounds have a 4 deployment zone. I'm not sure what to do about the last one. Yeah, maybe just behind the second version. And then more crawlers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 off the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A big blob of units. I'm not sure if we're winning this round, but we'll see. I wish the factory could produce hounds. That would be actually quite fun. Good tower debuff, I think. Yeah. We get into the flanks and we have enough crawlers. Nice. Okay. Oh, there's sledges and steel balls, actually. I would say sledges probably the play here. So we use those as the start to our flank. Get those important corner crawlers. And we also have to up our tower defense level here. Guess we might die later. And survival is about taking towers, installing the rest of the board. I mean, those ledges are pretty slow. Maybe I should have deployed them more towards the middle. So we have a buffer. Because those ledges will probably never make it into the actual fight here. Yeah, I guess it works either way, right? Looks like it did work out in the end. I would like to get the Rhino drop in here, but I'm a little bit worried about that Arc Light. And the heavy armor is also nice to have. Efficient giant manufacturing is actually not that good, because we need 3 factories in order to make it work. I don't think we are producing too many factories. I think I will try the Rhino. Maybe like so. Do we get more hounds into the flanks? I think that's a decently smart idea. So we have some actually shaft clearing units that are a little bit faster than the sledgehammer. Which also means we should probably get either range or rage. But I'd rather click that on the sledgehammer so we get the benefit of using the Warfactory later. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one. I think I will actually use sledge range either, or it's EMAG. EMAG. EMAG it is. EMAG is always useful to have, I think. Oh, I was actually mistaken. I shouldn't have taken EMAG of the Phoenixes, since the sledges can't hit air. I overvalued them. The experimental arclights are actually very weak. The only thing they have is the charged laser. But if you remove that, they will get their splash nerfed back to 6. Attack to 1k, and then it's not that scary of a unit. Oh, the tower debuff is not good, I think. Yep. We get shafted here a little bit. But it's okay. Level 2 Mustangs do carry the game. As they should. Okay, quick teleport or shield. Both are pretty good here. I think teleport is worth taking. So this turn we set up for the factory drop next turn. Oh, was I mistaken with the ordering here? Maybe. We'll see. Any more upgrades? We could hit Missile Interceptor on the Mustangs, since that is actually quite a useful unit to have in the flanks here. I just couldn't place him in the flanks because it was turn 1. No, I don't think so. I will take a Hound upgrade though. Add 1 more sledge to the corner. And I think we'll float the rest and see if we can force out a factory. Ew. Immediately takes down my sledges, that Stormcaller. That's not good. We're lacking a little bit of crawlers here. But I think we will fix that later. Just by having a huge amount of them. And this time we do have the Mech Rage, Replicate, all the good stuff. So we can move forward as fast as we can. And in case the enemy is mass flanking us, we can hit Replicate. To make it work. One crawler escaped. But he did not take the tower. Very nice. This is great because we get bonus money from this. There is a Phoenix here. Do we need a Phoenix now? I don't think we do. So we can just sell out and get the factory going. Oh, he's sticky. Get away from me. There we go. Okay, factory is out and about. Looks like I didn't do an oopsie. Okay, that's great. Big downside is there's gonna be missiles here. I think I want to hit the interceptor still. That also will help us against the experimental version of this this kind of stuff. I think I would actually like to hit range here, because last time we got stalled out and I couldn't ever hit it. The downside is we don't get to deploy 2 units this turn. Yeah, not sure about that one. Having Phoenixes would also be nice, but it's also very expensive. I think I will take the sledge production instead. And then we try to get some crawlers going instead. Yeah, hopefully that does something. Okay, mobile beacon as well. Not on the factory for once. Yeah, as you can see here, the missile intercepting is very much worth it. And we also have the Stormcaller pelting us if we don't do it. So as you can see here, the crawlers are beaconed past the tower just so they distract the marksman, not to take the tower. That's just a distraction unit so the hounds can actually move forward. But as you can see here, hounds not that quick unless they have Mech Rage. Same goes for the big fleet of sledgehammers back here. But they are pretty much only my backup plan, so the factory doesn't get sniped. Yeah, looks good. That's a level 2 factory because of the orange man. Gets confused a little bit. This is exactly why we need range, by the way. Because the 100 base range is not really enough to stay behind the chaff. Ew, and there's the Phoenix attack. Yeah, I guess we have to go Phoenix production, because we... I mean, we have some Mustangs, maybe, if they don't die immediately. Not sure about that one. We could get a wasp, but the wasp was gonna get killed by parasitic ammo real quick. And they have 1 second cooldown of auto attacks, so that's pretty meh. I think we skip. So factory upgrade we have to take. We also have to take the doggies here. We could sell out of something now. I think I will actually sell off the deep sledge here. I think it's a little bit too long before they get into action. So Phoenix production is still too expensive to run. So instead we will just get Phoenix down with launcher overload, and then next time we get that upgrade we can make it work. Get that into the corner. And factory is still getting shafted with no range. That feels a little bit bad, but you know. Might actually get rid of one of them. Yeah, or maybe not. It's just gonna trigger on the parasite. Damn it. I'm not sure about this round. This is very tough. Experimental phoenixes are very, very nasty. They have a lot of DPS and they produce the chaff themselves. Yeah, our phoenixes could not keep up. Dang it. Now the problem is the Warfactory can't actually shoot up. Otherwise I would be okay with this. And there's a lot of crawlers getting replicated of that factory. This is not looking good. Extend range spawn. Nah, don't need that. We could burn him with the incendiary. Might be worth doing. One backdoor rhino again. Ooh, there's a level 9 freaking crawler sitting there. I think we should remove that one. I don't think we can fight that anytime soon. Yeah, the Hound starting pack with Mustangs is really not the greatest, to say the least. So we sell the next sledge here. This time we will add Phoenix production. We probably have to loan anyway. This one doesn't fit because we need more spaces in the middle. So I guess we're going for a side deploy. And then one more Phoenix. Okay, let's hope the power of the Phoenix can save us here. The good thing is the overlords don't have any upgrades, and I think the Rhino will distract enough of the fangs, so the Phoenixes should technically not have a problem. The downside with the fire is that we will run into the fire as well, so that's gonna kill a lot of my crawlers. And we're not getting rid of that overlord. Yep. Now they run through the flames, and now we get debuffed. Dang it. My factory got some XP, but not that much, to be honest. here? I see some rhinos on the line, a lot of fangs. I guess we need AoE this turn. I think I will keep one tarantula here to clear out those flanks here. And hopefully delay our tower from dying a little bit. So our flank should be doing fine here. I would have liked to drop another factory here, but I'm afraid we don't quite make it. The rhino has to be phoenixed. Not sure about the Mustang. I think it's worth upgrading, but it's very expensive to keep around there. I think I would rather not. I need another Mustang here to get rid of that missile that the AI will start dropping, and we also need some speed to get to that tower faster. And I will also get attack upgraded since we need those phoenixes to kill the rhino and the wraith. That sounds very hard to do. Yeah, they do take out the rhino. That's nice. Now this is the problem where the crawlers run away. Hopefully the phoenix can make it. Ooh. Okay. Good stuff, good stuff. Tarantula is delaying a little bit here. But it's gonna die to those steel bolts, no issue. But the thing is, those are carry fangs. The carry fangs will kill the tarantula no matter what it does. It doesn't have any upgrades or anything like that. And the wraith is the most annoying part about this. But thankfully our phoenixes do survive. They get absolutely shreked by fangs, which is why I was a little bit worried there. Oh my god, what is this? A massive amount of hacking. Okay. And multi-melter. Ugh. And they can also hack air. Interesting. I think this is still Phoenix time. Do we smoke bomb over here? Maybe. Because over this is we don't want to smoke bomb because we will run into our own smoke bomb. Ooh, there's a hacker flank coming. Okay, did not expect that one. I'm not sure if I want to play another factory into this. I think I actually want to upgrade the range so we don't get killed. And we will also sell out of one of our Mustangs. Because we need all the chaff that we can get this turn. I'm not sure how to beacon here. We probably still want the factory in there. Just not very far in there, I guess. If I don't do that, it's not gonna fire as many missiles. I can almost one-shot the melting points, but not quite. But the big hacker is already gone, that's nice. So we are losing chaff at a rapid rate, but we are also destroying them rather quickly. And we have enough crawlers left so the nasty hacking cannot get us. Alright, we have the tarantula down here. I completely forgot about that one. It actually got hacked. I think that's good because the tarantula is very, very high level. So it actually got us a lot of XP there. Photon is quite fun, but we don't really have a reason to pick it. Lightning Storm also very nice to have. I think I'd rather have the Lightning Storm around here. So a lot of fangs here. I think this is the time where we have to get a second factory for sure. Right in the front here, that's here. That's risky, to say the least. Phoenix needs upgrades for sure. Did I miss position here? Oh no, okay. I'm fine, I'm fine. Hopefully we get that back door off, otherwise we are pretty boned. Now this factory is very far forward. I do not like that one bit. Let's hope that the phoenixes can kill those rather quickly. Here we go. Ah, look at that. Big chunks of damage in our poor factory. Come on, get the tower. Ah, not in time. I guess it's up to Big Chunkus over here to carry this game. Has already produced 4 level 3 phoenixes. I guess that's good. Yeah, Overlord is taking off the tower, but the tower debuff is not that long. Hopefully it is. Yeah, we are fine for now. Oh, big rhinos and a big worm as well. Interesting. Maybe you can use that worm over here to block those units from getting to the tower, but I'm a little bit afraid of those big units down here. I mean, everything is at the front line here. Holy moly. Complete frontal assault, I guess. Yeah, not sure about that one. Could also try to beat them up with the rhinos. Yeah, I guess. Rhinos into steel balls. What could possibly go wrong here? Yeah, we have a backdoor rhino to drop for sure. And we need those flanks going ASAP. Yeah, there's some stuff on our backline here, but it's not really that dangerous. I think we are okay there. We'll add some fire here. This level 5 Wraith is really scary. It's gonna take out our Warfactory rather quickly. think this Fang needs to die, because that's gonna take out our Rhino. This Crawler also needs to die, so the Rhino doesn't get stuck. That Wraith is really hard to missile. I'm not sure if I can actually make it. I don't think I can. Any Phoenix techs that are useful? We could go for range enhancement. Probably worth using here. And some more Phoenixes. Just so we can get in here. I mean, we have quick teleport. It's not that terrible here. Ah, look at those freaking steel balls on the line. This is so dangerous. But I think this factory was absolutely screwed. No matter what we did. Now this one is gonna get worked on by those rhinos. But hopefully we can take out the tower. We can. So first tower down, second tower down. Big rhinos are stalling, but not very long. That's why I took the Phoenix range, because we have to compete with the Wraith, and the Wraith has 135 freaking range. So it's on the same level as our Phoenixes. Oh, wow. That was close. Okay, advanced power system is pretty nice in general. But I think I want the intense training, because this factory is getting pretty boned. I mean, this turn is probably gonna survive, but we need more factories to make use of our actual factory value. The thing is, this experimental overlord is gonna be very, very dangerous. Even with our Phoenix army. Okay. Look at that. This freaking thing is also almost leveling. But not quite. Not quite. So let's do the necessary crawler upgrades first. And we need to upgrade all the Phoenixes. Otherwise we will get destroyed this round. Oh yeah, we can't fit here. Oops. Because of the deploys, but we need enough crawlers this turn, otherwise we are dead as can be. Do we need EMP sledges this turn? I mean, we are producing them ourselves, but I guess we have to get rid of one of the rhinos. They are way too expensive. Okay, looks like we're not losing tower yet, but pretty soon. I think we will run out of Phoenixes, to be fair. That's gonna be one of the main issues here. So I would like to get one more. Yeah, I guess we have to do the upgrade this turn. Can't really backdoor the tower. Not sure if we can do something about this one. I guess we can take a level 9 Rhino, because why not? Who cares? Now this is the point where I wish I had EMP on my Phoenixes, by the way. But that's always the case. You always wish you had something else whenever you're playing. But as you can see here, there's a lot of Wasp coming in pretty soon. And it's just 6 at a time, but they all shielded. So we have to spend double the time killing them. And he's also producing Phoenixes, just like we are. God dang it. Okay. We are fine as is. Give me 1 second. Okay. Alright. Time to play some proper games, I guess. What do we want to run on the factory, though? I mean, I'm not sure if production factory actually works. I will try, but it's a very hard thing to play in standard, I think. I know there is somebody that is actually capable of doing that, but I haven't tried it myself, just try and force it. So, we'll see, we'll see. Oh, my music just went off in time. I guess that makes sense. Alright. I wonder what kind of spec we would want. I mean, training spec, not really that useful for a stunt like that. Maybe Fire Batcher with sledges. I think that's a good start in general. The thing is, with factories, we need some sort of... oh, look at that. We have the fitting music. We don't have the fitting avatar, otherwise I would be rocking my 40k avatar. It's a Grey Knight, by the way. Grey Knight Terminator. Very squishy comp, okay. I think that's good for me. Let me see if I can see a ploy here. Nah, not really. Nah, this is not it. This is some janky defense against steel balls, which this is not against. So 2 off the tower. Arclight just in the second row. And this time we actually have to make some weird deploys to fit the holes here. He went marksman, okay. I mean, I'm probably fine with that. Because marksmen take a long time of killing those sledgehammers, and my units clear his units very easily. It's actually their preferred targets, if we are correct about this. So he's getting even more marksmen. I think that's a pretty decent matchup for factory play in general. He does run EMP though, and I don't have the corresponding tech. He's pretty well protected against Rhino, but not that good. I mean, as long as he does stuff like this, I guess we will just drop some more crawlers. And probably 2 more arclights. Four, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Yeah, so he added crawlers. Got his marksman going. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I was deploying more arclights, because I was pretty sure he was gonna deploy more. We do lose tower here, but I think should be pretty equal timing. Yeah, we split off some hounds and some cross and 2 mustangs. So I think his rhino should be occupied for longer. Although I'm saying that, the rhino's taking his sweet time killing those hounds. Okay. Looks like we almost killed his. But we get the first tower hit. Nice. Just in time to beat up some of those marksmen. I guess we will take out the marksman here even. Ah, no. The tower still gets me. Dang it. Would have liked the XP from the marksman. Void Eye was Sabertooth all not that great, to be honest. I could take the Wraith for a cheese turn and to have some anti-air on the board. We'll sell the Betcher. Two more crawlers, so we get some backup chuff here. Then we range the arclights. He also goes for the wave. Okay. I guess that is expected, so I think we should lose the round just because my wraith is gonna take some damage from the marksman. But hopefully we can get that tower in time and kill the orange guy. That would be nice. And he builds a scorpion straight up. I'm not sure why he does that, just because of the sledgehammer. It's actually quite bad if you're going for factory. Yeah, looks like we're getting into the tower though. It's nice. Yeah, very nice. So the orange man is completely overrun now. For now the Wraith is getting distracted, but ours is at half HP. Ah, it looks good. Nice. Got him. Okay, so we do need an answer to the Wraith for sure. Otherwise we have some trouble. Enhancement module is pretty nice here because we already have the sledges. It's gonna take some time to pay off. Deployment module is also interesting because we can remove the Wraith and put it somewhere else. This Wraith is covering the flanks, so I can't redeploy there. Or maybe he redeploys his Wraith into mine. That also could be a possibility. I think I will skip. I want my money back for the factory play. What do we build against the Wraith? Probably Phoenixes, because we can go for Phoenix production and techs. Also okay into the Scorpion. Not that good into Marksman though. Maybe like so. Oh, he just drops a missile here. Okay. What did he pick? Did he pick nothing? Not the arc light. Okay. Did not get the arc light. Good thing too. I'm not sure about the Phoenixes. He took enhancement module on the Wraith? That's very, very risky. We almost take it out. Come on. Nice. Very good, very good. Unfortunately, there's some Mustangs alive, but I think this is pretty good for us this turn. Okay, so we have a Vulcan that we could drop and sell. And then I will go for the dreaded factory play. Probably on the other side. Although I would like it to store against the Wraith. And there's some later crawlers, I guess, can also be good. Get some splitting going here. We'll also upgrade the Arctites since the Mustangs are fighting us. Ugh. Now he's going into Wasp. I guess we have to get Mustangs ourselves then. For this turn it might not matter, but later it may. Wow, this guy is a missile enjoyer for sure. A poor Arclight. What did he deserve? I mean, he's gonna perform no matter how often he missiles me, but that's neither here or there. So let's hope the factory can face tank this kind of army. The good thing is it should stop the Wraith from actually getting damage on the Phoenix. But on the other side, the Wasp are prevailing. Nice, nice. We have one Arctite still alive. Easy peasy. And I would also say this was our weakest turn so far. Okay, orbital bombardment for sure. Pretty far forward, so we get all the Wasp and whatnot. He might drop the Rhino in behind here somewhere. So I will drop mine there as well. Could just go second factory. The problem with the Mustangs is that the Wasp do have jump drive, so they might actually go to a different flank. Yeah, not sure about that one. Could also go Wasp ourselves. Does he have anti-air? He does, okay. I mean, Wasp ourselves is nice because we can get Chaff that fights the marksman. But it's even more expensive. I think just the Mustangs is fine. Although, let's not do that on this side, right? Because of the orbital bombardment. It's kinda iffy. I think this side is better in this case. Never mind. I'm getting all orbital bombarded on this side. Why does he drop the Rhino into the side with the Phoenixes? I don't really get that one. Because he's saving me from the bombardment. For no reason. He goes Melta with range, okay? So I guess now we need production because our factories are getting targeted. But I'm not sure. I don't like this kind of game for a Warfactory just because we have no anti-air and there was 2 airdrops in a row very soon in the game, which is probably not the correct one. Okay, Wasp drop. Steelbolt production also. That's not good for us. Let's skip. We can do multiple things here. I think probably getting sledgehammers out or something like that would be nice. They will get killed by the Scorpion, but it's only one at a time anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. I think I will sell out of the sledges too. So let's get some steel bolts out and then we will hit probably hit a replicate as well. Can put this one behind here. I guess one more Mustang because of the Wasp. And the Mustangs also need range at some point. Ooh, it takes even more Wasp. But at least they're not shielded. And if they're shielded, we have some trouble clearing them, I think. And there's a lot of little Gribblies in the air now. We need the Mustangs to have range so they can stay behind the factory and not get shreked. But I think for now that's okay. The good thing is the Phoenixes actually perform quite well against Melta. It's just a matter of getting to him. That's the issue. Yeah, pretty close. Okay. I guess we sell out of this because there's not much we want. I mean, Typhoon we could take, but Typhoons die rather easily to the Scorpion and the Melta. Not sure about that one. You might need that against the Wasp. We could also go for Fort AA, but that's very, very expensive. I think if you go into factory, you cannot do multiple things at once. I think we will respect the boss, but not by that much. We'll delay a little bit of chaff. I really, really would like range on the factories, but I think for now we need some more and maybe one more next turn and then we should be good to go. Yeah, there's the shields, okay. Good thing we invested into the Mustangs. Yeah, one of the factories is gonna get slowed down, but I mean, it's not too bad because it still can produce its steel balls and whatnot to make up our chaff. I think I should get anti-air on the Mustangs as well, just so they can stay further behind. Oh no, there's a bunch of blockage happening here. As you can see here, the chef situation is much better on the middle now. So we have enough stuff to tank for our factories. And then once the tower falls, we got it. And this is just with steel ball production, by the way. It's gonna get way, way worse for him pretty soon. Ooh, enhanced defense tactics. Nah, we don't need. No need to use that. I think we can sell another sledge. Do we want any tax on the sledges? We could get EMP sledges. That would be pretty nice. I don't think we need much else. So EMP is out, and then we go sledge production and another factory. Oh, I misplaced the arclight. No. Guess the way I have to go a little bit more to the side then. I think I'll also loan. I would like to get rid of those things here ASAP. Yeah, I think this is fine. I mean, it's going pretty well here. Multi-melter. Okay, I'm not sure that is the play. If I click range now, we have 140 range versus 140, 155. If he's gonna win, he's probably gonna win this turn. But other than that, I don't believe. Look at that. This is what I mean. The Scorpion against the steel balls is pretty bad because they come out one at a time. And Multi-Melter does not quite help with that. Good old factory spam. Even with oil, by the way. Yeah, but as soon as the Phoenixes get in range, he's absolutely boned. Good old EMP Sledgehammer, by the way. Disables Multi-Melter, so no chance. Alright. Good stuff, good stuff. Oh, he was actually 1870. I mean, doesn't matter to me, but I don't think he played that in particularly well because of this stuff. The only thing that went well for him was the unit drops, and that was the random stuff. So I guess I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Okay, let me check real quick. Okay, unless you're in chat, in that case, just write me, because I need to get the Discord down real quick and see how much the volume is. Give me 1 second. I will. Check something real quick. Right. Let me mute my game volume real quick. Hello, hello.
Hi.
I will need to adjust the volume real quick. 1 second. Because Discord needs another audio version. How have you been, by the way? Did you make some progress? Have you playing at all?
Yes, and yes, I was making quite some progress. I raised from 1K to 1.3 almost.
Oh, very nice.
Now I lost like 3-4 games in a row because I've misplayed pretty hard. But you know, the important part is that every time that I lose, I understand why I lost.
Okay, and what would you say is something you are commonly losing to? Is it more something your enemy does, or is it something where you are aware that should be something you were after?
I'm the biggest enemy of myself
Most
of
likely.
the time. Like sometimes I am not committing to a unit, but I'm not selling that either. Like for instance, I lost 2 games because I had 2 units that were sitting there that I could have sold and used the money on someone else, something else.
Yeah.
And it wasn't chaff, so nothing, you know, useful to sell there. It was basically once a saber tooth, and the other time was I don't remember the other time, but it was pretty useless. I am some difficult. I have some difficulties, however, to manage when someone plays rather aggressively. Like not every time, but if the other one knows what he is doing, then I'm having difficulties because I really don't know how to play against against someone that is aggressive and actually knows how to play aggressively.
How often does that happen? I mean, just in general. I mean, there is going to be debates where more people are rushing, but I just want to know if that is occurring quite frequently at your MMR, or if it's something that happens once in a moon.
one every 10 games, perhaps.
Okay.
Not much more, not many more instances I've got other than this. Yeah.
Okay. The
But
reason why I'm asking is it's very hard to train this if it doesn't happen very often to you, right?
mhm. But
So
I thought maybe I could start to play aggressive, but that's the other problem because I don't know how to play aggressively. And so I can, replicate and see, uh, how other people play against and how they react.
yeah, I see. The reason why I'm asking this stuff is I think for now you should keep on playing your standard stuff
Hmm.
because this realization always comes in. I had another trainee that is a little bit higher MMR than you, but he runs into the exact same problem where suddenly he's losing to a situation where he should be winning, but he knows he doesn't play the other strategy as much. And he has trouble knowing what to do against it because he has never played it himself and he doesn't even know what players like that struggle against. Right? Makes sense.
Hmm.
So he's from the other side. He's the aggro player in that case. He doesn't know how to play standard, quote unquote. And yeah, that's the same issue. It's just a different version of that issue. And I think that is good to do, but I think it's a little bit early. I would still try to play the same strategy, just get better at countering that kind of strategy.
Yeah, sure.
Do you have a replay by any chance of one of those games you needed to defend?
Urca. Yes, but I have to look for it.
It doesn't have to be
It
today
doesn't.
in general. Um,
Uh,
If you don't mind, I will show you a replay of mine because I had
yeah.
a very standard game. um, if you want to, we can just take a look at it in either Mechabellum or via Discord, whatever you prefer. Because the thing went down in a tournament, so you can have a look at the replay on your own game. What do you prefer? Because it's harder for me to show you something sometimes if I do that.
Uh, Whatever is easier for you to show. I mean, if you have to explain.
Yeah, I think I will just see if I can make it work. The problem is that Discord is a little bit weird. Oh, it works. Okay. It wanted me just to stream the stream. That's not what we're after. Um,
Also, I have one question.
sure.
Do I usually put everything at the center, as you showed me, only when I think that the other one is going to be aggressive and split on just one side, or by default, do I go everything in the middle? I mean, not middle, but
Yeah,
the
I
thing
know
that
what
you
you're
showed
saying.
me.
I think you will stay at the middle, always.
Okay.
The only question is, how do we deploy units in the middle? What is the orientation? That changes based on what you expect he's going to play.
Okay.
Does make sense, right? If we want sledges as a defending unit and not die as quickly, we would not put them in the usual spot like I do it with the horizontal. We would put them vertically.
Hmm.
And we would
Yeah.
put them in front of the tower because if we lose tower, we lose to aggro 100% of the time, right?
Hmm.
It doesn't make sense in that case. All right, I will stream you the game on Discord and we see how it goes, right? If they have any trouble,
I will let you know.
just let me know because the problem is that I'm streaming and streaming on Discord at the same time. I have no idea how my connection is going to handle that, but let me close down my. Oh, actually, I can show you something. Can I stream that as well? No, I can't. Okay, I will show you afterwards. I have a bigger project going on right now where I have all the units in a grid, and you know what to build when. I will show you later. So the reason why I wanted to show you this one in particular is not because it was a game that happens to be like very something very effective or very, very powerful. It's a very standard game. That's actually what I'm looking for, right? It's the one against Skip. I haven't actually taken a look at it myself, so it's going to be nice because I forgot some of that for sure. That was from the Saturday tournament. And Skip and me were both undefeated until the point where he met me. I lost one round later, unfortunately. So, can you see so far?
Yeah.
Also, quality lagging out. So you can see here, with what I told you, we would probably pick either Typhoon Spec or Rhino Spec here. And I'm taking Typhoon Spec because it has 600 HP more, which is a lot. This kind of scenario. And we can also see that Skip doesn't really have that great of a pack, but he still chooses to go for the Hound Mustang, which we, I think, talked about. It's not a very good starter. That's why he has 1k HP more than me, because the game thinks he's going to lose. All right, I'll switch the perspective real quick. So in terms of deployment, you should already know what I'm doing. It's exactly what we talked about, right? The chaff deploys with the fangs and whatnot. And this is pretty much no different. It's a standard game against a standard player, by the way, not an aggressive one. I don't remember if I have one of those as well, but we might have. I will check later. So now, for now, the only thing that looks different to you is I put the fangs further back because we are already starting with arc lights, right? I'm not going to leave holes for Vulcans if I'm starting with arc lights. It's pretty unlikely, I would say, that I will switch into Vulcan later in this kind of scenario. Okay. Our fangs will come in a little bit late, but that's fine because both the Hounds and the Mustangs are very, very good at clearing those fangs. They prefer to kill those off before the sledgehammers are in range. That would be actually worst case scenario. Okay. Anytime you have questions, just shoot, right? I will try to explain stuff here as we go, but if you get some different ones, always tell. Okay. So in a normal standard game, none of these cards are okay, except the Assault Scorpion. Have you seen the Siege Scorpion in action, by any chance?
Yeah.
That's exactly where we would pick Assault Scorpion for. Assault Scorpion, in general speaking, is a bad card, but it decreases attack interval by 1.5 seconds. That is something really, really powerful. It also decreases our range by 30, but the Siege upgrade gives us a ton of range, like too much range almost. Right? So we can have a Assault Scorpion that is sieged, so it's just going to shoot a little bit faster. It's going to reposition a little bit better. And it's going to have a tiny amount of less range. Doesn't matter. Okay, so this is a very greedy late game card if you want to really go ahead and pick it.
Okay.
Everything else, probably not needed. We don't need Mobile Beacon until we need until we see Stormcaller here, right? Before that, maybe not necessary. So I would expect a skip here. And if he skips Assault Scorpion, he probably doesn't have it on his bar. We'll check that later, okay? But we will keep this in mind in case he does have it. Because that's something that would beat our late game comp, which would be something like Marksman or, I don't know, some Melta play, Factory, as you saw, all that stuff. See what happens. We both skip, as we should. I do run the Siege Scorpion, by the way, but I didn't think I would play it this game.
Okay, and that was what I was about to ask.
Yes, I could have picked it for sure, but as you can see here, I have 100 floating. As we said, that is not important, but next turn, we can also already predict, as you can see here, the supplies. We should have plus 600 the very next round, which means I will get to drop Arclights and range them in the same turn.
Okay.
Okay, so this is some calculations. If I did not skip, I wouldn't have had the money to get an additional deploy out this turn, which is very valuable when you're playing standard. Plus, my board is symmetrical now. Very good. Now, that's not important in the end, but most of the time you don't want to have a weak side until you decide to have a weak side.
Okay.
All right.
And sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
And also I thought up until now that if you cannot manage to level up the arc lights, you probably should go for something else. But you proved me wrong, because right now you know that you want to commit into this unit, and either way, even if you're not leveling them right now because they don't have enough experience, you're just thinking about buying more if that's the case and they cannot level up.
Yeah. We don't need them to perform very well later. We will need them right now performing at this moment. So for example, if we take a look over here, he started with Mustang and Hounds, which is a very good matchup for the Arclights, unless they fall behind. We try to range them so they will never fall behind, and Arclights can feast on Mustangs because the Mustangs will feed them more XP than the Crawlers or the Hounds would, since they are a 200 cost unit that still dies very, very easily to Arclight.
Okay.
Since the Mustangs are going very, very fast, he has no way of having Fangs in the front that can tank for the Mustangs anytime soon. He's probably going to deploy some Crawlers. So there's all of these units on the board are bad into Arclight except the Phoenix, which is terrible into Fangs. Lots of Fangs. So I'm not quite sure why opponent does this here, but for now, we just saw the Arclights, and he still deployed stuff into Arclights that gets killed by Arclight. For now. He will have eventually lose formation, but maybe we can kill him before that actually becomes a problem to us.
Okay.
Talking about Phoenix real quick, if you're playing a true standard, you most likely don't want to have Phoenixes. Phoenixes are very good in aggressive play and in cheese play, but they're not necessarily the strongest in a standoff like we're having right now with a big no man's land, because that's where marksmen outperform Phoenix. This guy has elite marksman, shield, and EMAX, so he has a very greedy long-range setup. Again, if we never get to that point, it won't matter. That's the idea behind this. But we always take a look at the text, right? He has the incendiary on the Hounds, has the fire extinguisher, doesn't have armor. And he has the standard Mustang text that we don't care about. This guy is a streamer as well. And as he saw the statues, he said, these guys don't have armor. That's great for me. I think that's a misconception. I don't think you need sledgehammers with armor to stop these Mustangs from getting off. There's plenty of units in this game that can beat Mustang, including Abyss, which is a very, very strong late game counter. So do not overvalue armor. It's all I'm trying to say. Armor is good for one turn, and then you probably meet a different solution, because that's when the Scorpions come out. When the big boys come to play, armor is not relevant anymore. That's just a tempo turn with Rhinos with armor into Mustang and Vulcan, for example. That would be amazing. But the very turn after, he's probably going to have something against the Rhinos. So, I don't know. It's different. Okay. Let's continue. So he drops a Phoenix for some reason right in the middle, which means it's going to split. I'm not sure why. I think he expects that he can fight sledgehammers with Phoenix. Unfortunately, that's not the case. A Phoenix will still take a long time, because you can see here it does not one-shot the sledges. So unless the hounds are doing the heavy lifting, they actually don't make it. And you can see the Arclights are just ganging up on those dogs and the crawlers and the Mustangs, and there's no chance. This is a really hard lesson for everybody. Fangs do beat Phoenixes pretty much no matter what. Even with your highest upgrades, you probably can't kill all of them. So always have some Fangs for later. This is an easy one. I think you should always take the Wasp drop here. There was a smoke in there. You could also take that, but I'm not getting outranged anytime soon. As I was saying, we are aiming for Arclight range. But the Wasp Swarm, I just took it to assassinate those Phoenixes. And make him think that the Phoenix is probably not a good idea. Because this outvalues this turn, and there's nothing he can add to the board that actually kills my Arclights. And the Arclights are beating everything else for now. And he, for some reason, took Improved Melter. I'm not sure why he did that. Probably likes the card for some reason. It got nerfed a lot. It's to the point I don't think it's worth taking anymore. It increases range by 10, which is good. And HP by 20%, which is okay. But recruitment cost up by 100 makes the Melter really expensive. And I don't think 10 range justifies that cost. So I wouldn't take it in general. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have 650 left, which sounds great. Because we can get another Arclight, an additional Arclight, and we can get range. So this is where this gets scary, because I have much more chaff clear than he has on longer range. I have 6 units of chaff in good positions. And we also do have the sledgehammers from before, which are performing quite well into hounds as well. And now his entire army got split up because the Mustangs had to go back here and kill that Wasp drop. So the Mustangs will come in when the entire fight is over, and when there's still Fangs alive here to protect the Arclights from the Scorpion. So even though I was very, very unequipped to kill a Scorpion this round, it doesn't matter. He's shooting at Fangs the entire game. And there's your levels on the Arclights, by the way. Ah, I got too slow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the choices I want to show you usually. I just click too slow. Okay. So this is turn 4. This is where my spec comes online, and we have the Typhoon on the board, if we like. Now, note that he is area spec. That's why he got the Phoenix in the first place, even though it wasn't a good idea. If I see area spec, I expect some sort of Wasp play or something like that pretty soon. There's not much the area spec can actually pull out. It's gonna be 2 giants, Wasp or Phoenix. Or all of them. Maybe Wraiths, if he really, really wants to. The Wraiths, the Overlords and all these units are not that good at standard most of the time. But they are, I would say the Raidens can be played pretty effectively, and the Overlord sometimes if it has a carry setup. If it's an aggressive setup like you faced probably in one of your defense games, then it would make more sense.
Yeah. In that aggressive scenario, he used the Overlords, and he couldn't.
It's very hard to stop. Don't worry about it. Overlords are very powerful units. Again, I will try to show you the grid later. Because it makes sense when you see the top row of counter units. It's a lot of Overlords. More Overlords than actually Melter. Because it has a multi-target attack that splashes and also shoots multiple missiles. That is very, very powerful in a unit that can also fly and get a 50% loading decrease, which is pretty bonkers if you ask me. Okay, let's take a look at the unit. Void Eyes got broken apparently. I clicked too fast. That's why that was happening. So Long story short, all of these units are not very good in standard because they're all short-ranged, including the Tarantula, by the way, which is a very good unit, don't get me wrong, but it's not the best in a defense setup. It's a good in an aggressive setup. So what would you take here? That would be an interesting question, because this is the board state. We have some chaff. We have chaff clear, lots of chaff clear, actually. Like all of our units are chaff clear. And he currently has some medium-sized chaff, some normal chaff, and some Mustangs. So a very squishy comp with a Phoenix and the Scorpion now added in. So what would you prefer in terms of units here?
Nothing, but
True. What's the least worse? Least bad? I have no clue.
I'd say either Fire Badger or Wraith, but mostly because with Fire Badger I can try to see if I can clear chaff, since I don't have anything. I meant as I would be against you, trying to counter you, or the problem here is that he doesn't have any chaff clear. So Fire Badger, and I would try to protect them as much as possible, or Wraith and do the same thing basically. But the Wraith is level 1. I wouldn't get that much worth in terms of money.
It's true. The Wraith has one upside that I just mentioned. He is area spec, so there might be Wasp coming. And this will delay the Wasp from coming onto the board, even if we sell out of the race. Same with the Typhoon, right? The Typhoon also is a good anti-Wasp drop. Just don't drop Wasp by me. That's what that says. Generally speaking, you can beat both of these units with Wasp, actually, but it's later in the game. It's not right now. I agree on the Fire Badger. There might be Fire Badgers here in my corners. I could also drop it here, but I didn't feel like doing that because we're already having chaff clear. We don't have any issues clearing it. And he also unlocked the Scorpion already, which is probably not a good idea because over here a Scorpion could kill the Badgers no matter what. And then we need to add scorers here, and then we are behind on our main board. That's what we never want to do. We don't want to waste money on flanks unless we want to win that turn. If we want to split his army up so we can win that turn, it's a very good play. Not this turn, though. I mean, he's at 3.8k because he has area spec. He was super duper healthy in the first place, right? He lost a bunch of rounds and he's not even remotely close to dying at this moment. So I will take the Wraith here for sure. Now, what do we expect him to do? What would he probably take?
No, I meant him taking the Fire Badger.
He would take the Fire Badger. Would he care about me taking the Fire Badger?
Not really, because you already have chaff clear. You could, as you said, drop them on the side, but he has the Scorpion. So I don't really think it's useful. Maybe the Wraith would be useful for you, in my opinion, because aside from the fact that he doesn't have anything that can attack air, aside from the Mustangs, and they get really smashed by a Wraith. Even if he goes with the Wraith, with the come si chiama? The Wasps, the Wraith would be good.
Yeah, okay. I think there's multiple ways about going this. I'm not sure what he said. I don't remember his decision making here. But we just see how it works out. It's just worth talking about. I think this unit drop was probably not favored for both of us. which makes it less interesting. I think it's always the most fun when both have good decisions to make, and we're not just thinking about selling. But, I don't know how Skip usually plays. I just know he is a standard player pretty much, and that's all I know for now. We can have a look at Skip's game, by the way, because he's getting ultra cheesed the round before. There was a lot of aggressive play against him, and I like that game. It was a very fun game. It was also a very good game to look at if you have trouble defending. Okay, so what did I do? I sold one of the Wraiths because I don't want Wraiths. But we can make use of one of those Wraiths with a beacon maybe and try to take that tower here. Just in case. Now here I make a mistake. I did not expect him to take the Wraiths, to be honest. Not even on Ares spec, because he can take those anytime he wants, right? He doesn't have to obey the unit drop here at all. And I would argue his chaff clear is still pretty meh, so he could also switch to Tarantulas or Badgers, whatever he wants. But I make a mistake here. This Wraith here will go forward. Even if I beacon a little more to the side and then into the tower. So this is getting my Wraith killed a little bit too quick. I have replayed the round. I can actually make it around here. Like over here and then here. So this is a mistake, and this is also not something you need to do. You could also drop the Wraith just back here, right? Try to kill some Badgers in case they show up, and if not, we sell them next turn. That's the idea here. Now on his side, range on the Mustangs, because he's getting his ass beaten by Arclights. And since all of our Arclights pretty much are performing very well, I will also level them this turn. Makes sense, right? Because they perform way better with the damage they have now against the Hounds. They can two-shot them. And that means they are more valuable. All right.
Why are you not going to level up the sledgers? Sledgehammers.
I will actually do that, but not for now, I think. There we go. It just wasn't the round was ready. But you're correct. I like that. You called it out and it happened. That's always important. So good job. Yes, I will take them. This is not a board that kills Sledgehammers not easy, except the Scorpion does, right? 7k HP, 10k base. But you could see the Scorpion was not shooting at the sledges so much. So let's have an eye on this, okay? We'll see if those sledges will get blown up by the Scorpion, because the Mustangs, the Hounds, and even the Wraith and the Phoenixes do not kill sledges in time. They will die to that. So here I'm oiling because it's round 4, and I want this oil to be available on the late game again. And things like Scorpions do not like getting oiled because they take too long to get into range. I mean, I don't have anything on this board that beats Scorpion other than having a long range on the Arclights. So this one getting stuck is nice. And also, if he takes the air units will show up here first. So we actually get some shots into those with the either Typhoon or the Fangs, depending what comes. There might be Wasp coming for all we know. And that, I think, is okay to have. And since the oil lasts 2 turns, that makes it harder for him to play around this this entire area for the next 2. He's not going to shield here, right? If there's a big spell coming out, you would shield it. That's where the turn with the oil is the worst, actually, by far. Okay. You already know those Fangs back here, because I told you why I deploy them. Do you remember what we do with those? Or what I'm trying to achieve here?
No, to be fair.
Okay. They are set up for the late game. These Fangs will arrive here when most of the Mustangs have died, and only the big damage-dealing lines back here will remain. Might be Scorpions, might be Phoenix, might be Marksman. You know, something that needs to be targeting big stuff. And these guys will come in right then and there. If there's nothing left on this board except those Fangs, I have a problem. Then they are too late. But we will see also see how far do these get up. Do they get involved into the fight, or do they just get wasted? Because that would be obviously bad for us. They're also inside the tower, so he can't pull them with the fire batcher thingy we were talking about.
Yeah.
That would be very bad. So if there is a fire batcher here, I have more than enough time until those fangs make their way over here, since they're super slow. So won't really affect us in any way. This, if you see this and your enemy is doing it, you can expect some sort of gun line. He's gonna try to outrange and outvalue you in the late game, pretty much.
Okay.
So this would be a good addition to say that this might be the case. If he has a setup like this with some crawlers, I mean, you can't tell, right? This looks normal. There's nothing you can take off this except he doesn't want fangs. And if somebody doesn't deploy fangs, I'm pretty sure he's gonna go pretty fast. That's the only assumption I will make. If not, and this is the great part, he will probably lose the late game to me anyway. So we're not gonna play around not losing. We are playing around winning. Not losing is only viable when you are in a defensive position and your enemy is playing aggressive. Then you can play for not lose because you will win eventually.
Okay.
But in this situation, we don't play around that. All right. Any questions up to this point? Because I think we have everything deployed here. Yeah, he's investing into a second Scorpion, which I find very questionable, by the way. You do not overreact to those sledgehammers. That's not usually a good idea. Oil placement wasn't that good, but as you can see, I will still hit all the units. It's fine. Doesn't really matter. My Typhoon positioning was a little bit too far forward, because the Typhoon has 9 movement speed. It's gonna outrun the Fangs, and one of my Typhoons got assassinated. About the Wraith we already talked. He was too close to the sun, and he got killed by the other Wraith. My opponent, by the way, was very surprised that this Wraith was going forward instead of going to the side straight away. That's just because the Wraith doesn't have a very long range, and he was gonna target right here the Fang in front. Unless something walks into his range, he's not gonna take a different position. Okay, so we skip forward here, the Wraith will kill all of this, no problem. Because the Typhoon doesn't have the DPS to take him down. So I'm gonna take a little bit of damage, but it's fine, really. Because we know what he picked now, and that Wraith got a level up from last round, so he killed pretty much all the units. Did you pay attention what happened to the sledges last turn?
Yeah, they didn't do much, if I'm not mistaken.
So this upgrade is strong early, but maybe not into Scorpion. Should have probably skipped out. I think that would be totally fine. If a enhancement module drops, we could actually make money off those sledges. It would be another reason not to upgrade them.
Okay.
Yeah, Wraith same, right? It died pretty much instantaneously. I mean, it cleared some chaff. It's not useless as per se, but it's fine. I have a forward crawler here. It looks like there's not another end here, but those units are at the very back, right? It's just a spectating thing. They are at the very, very back in the middle. Just here to take that Phoenix aggro. But yeah, this Typhoon could have been probably here, I would say.
Yeah.
I rarely play Typhoons, by the way. That's why this is happening. Because I never use that unit. It's not very good in standard at all, I think. And that's why I don't use it. It's very, very good in aggressive matchups. If it was sitting here with my Wraith.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily, by the way, because Typhoons and Wraith have the same profile. But generally speaking, I would say it's the case. Okay. What do we get? Oh yeah, this is a great round for you to learn. What would you pick?
From your side?
From both sides. What would you think is the most value on that board? To paraphrase, I still have the shaft clear, I still don't have any DPS, and he has a very mixed board, let's say, for now. Because I can already tell you what kind of player Skip is, and I will also tell you that I predicted what he was gonna pick. And that was one of the reasons he will probably lose this game. Okay,
Well,
what is nobody
Iron
is
Blast.
gonna pick? That's the first question.
I think Shield Drop and the Elite Crawler. I'm just undecided if he's going to pick Ion Blast or the range. But I think Ion Blast, because he would put that in front of your arc lights.
Yeah, he could do that. It's a very powerful spell. Although very expensive, I have to say, but it's expensive for a reason in this case.
Mm-hmm.
So you think Ion Blast would be good here, killing like a line of arc lights and then the sledges, maybe?
Yeah, maybe he could commit one side doing that. Like he blast and then he try to push it.
Yeah. Could do that probably on this side, right? This would be the preferred iron, I would say. Since he's slowed here with oil, he can profit off that in any case, and he has the level 2 Wraith if he upgrades that on the same side here. I think that's his stronger side.
Yeah, that's what I would do. And you, on the other hand, I think maybe the enhanced range.
Let us do some math, okay? Advanced targeting system costs us 400 plus a skip, so 450. Do we expect the game to go round 9 or higher? That's the question.
No, to be fair, no.
I don't think so either. So we can skip this and just buy temp range 4 turns in a row.
Okay.
Yeah, this is very, very, very expensive, especially on round 5. We don't really have that many credits. Like this is like more than a third of what I currently have. So it's even Iron Bars is rather expensive, but it's gonna come back in those 3 rounds, which means it's gonna actually pay off before the freaking advanced targeting system. And if units are dead, they're not targeting anything. That's the problem with Iron Blast, right? It's very powerful. It's very hard to shield, especially against something like this. So it's actually a play against shield airdrop. We can agree Elite Crawler is a meme, don't have to talk. We could argue for shield airdrop if he had a Firebadger flank or if I had a Firebadger flank here in a corner. Okay? Then the shield airdrop is really, really nice. But this is just, I think you're correct. I think nobody would pick this except maybe a 2-1 player. Okay, final verdict. Who's picking what? If it's between those 4 here.
Well, from what you said, then you would probably skip and he is going for the Ion Blast.
I don't think that's how you argue, but okay. Now, Skip is an extremely greedy player. He's a standard player, so he will pick the advanced targeting system, which is a big mistake. He's losing a ton of tempo here. And I take the Iron Beam because we have a great target. We have the level 2 Wraith, and with a Scorpion going at the same direction, this Fang, and also some Mustangs and some random stuff he would probably take. So that's an easy hit. I cannot even miss that. Could have also dropped it here, because the units would get slowed. Here I missed my beacon. No, I was trying to split up the Typhoons, but I did not do it properly. Yeah. And that's...
so basically when... Yeah, no, sorry.
That's the reason why we took the iron, right? This side is absolutely over. And it's just far enough, by the way, so we don't hit the sledges. That's the hard part. Not killing your own units with that kind of placement. We also did what I told you not to do. We pressed the elite recruitment button because the only thing I was lacking was DPS. And marksman, as you can see, my marksman setup is extremely greedy. It's gonna beat everything late game, even Wasp. And it's gonna beat Scorpions for sure, no problem. Waves, no problem at all. He was mentioning that I don't run anti-air spec, which is true, but it doesn't matter at all, since none of the good units in the game are outranging the marksman if they have elite marksman. And I think range, whoever shoots first wins late game. It's not a matter of who outscales who anymore. So the range thing he took is very valuable. I'm just gonna question if his comp is gonna make use of that. I just forgot to mention since I bought those the very last turn. Yeah, Typhoon is gonna die. As you can see here, that's a lot of damage for round 5, by the way. So he lost half of his HP by me doing pretty much nothing. I have nothing committed to the board that isn't exactly in the position where I wanted. We sold the guys that were useless, aka the Wraiths. He stuck with the Wraiths, so now he has a bad javelin unit into a long-range firefight. And that is how you get baited by Bear-like in playing stuff that you really, really don't want to like to play. You should make use of the drops like I did here, but that doesn't mean you need to force them and you drop units that you usually wouldn't play. In my opinion. Okay. There's the smoke bomb again that we saw earlier. Now this is the turns where the smoke bomb is actually quite effective because it lasts for 2 rounds and it has a cooldown of 3. It's not that expensive. It's a very powerful spell that you cannot even really deny. If you want to shield against smoke bomb, we have to shield like here, right? In the front.
Yeah.
And that's a really bad position against Scorpions. Like they will kill that thing in no time. That's actually one of their biggest upsides. They shield break in milliseconds. So there's a chance the freaking smoke bomb might still drop. That's a big issue here. The other ones I can just tell you are probably not worth taking on round 6. It's a little bit late for intense training. Haste module means Mustangs, and the Mustangs are already suiciding into the Arclights, so maybe not a good idea to do it even faster. And the other thing is a quick teleport we just were talking about, probably not the greatest idea since we don't want to flank anyway. And if we want to flank, it's a distraction flank. It's not a let me deal damage flank here. Right? Where we're going to flank here with Phoenixes, we get killed by Mustang. We need like a Vulcan flank to get this somehow sorted. So don't pick a quick teleport and you really, really want to. It's cheap, but you know. So this is where we take both the smoke bomb. He puts it down very greedy in front of my tower, so do I. But you can see the forward shielding. We both respect the fact that we might have a smoke bomb on us. Okay, I recruit another batch of 3 elite marksmen. And if I do that, I can already tell you that the game is probably won, because I would never ever do that if I was actually would have to be careful about my money. That's really expensive. I just spent 200 just to farm some XP. But on the other hand, we traded that for half of his HP bar. So I think that's a good trade. We just need to catch up a little bit in DPS here. And look at that. There is the Wasp, right? That we were waiting for. Successfully was delayed by the Wraith that turn. Then by the Typhoon. And now we should have put the Typhoon probably to the side, like over here, to prevent the Wasp from coming in, because he knows that the Typhoon is probably not going to target the Wasp anytime soon. And he also sold out of the Phoenix, so that Typhoon is now not in a good position. However, we bought that beacon, right? We might as well make use of it. So we could beacon the Typhoon to a side here and make it useful again.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, I don't know he has Wasp yet, but you should keep this in mind. This is a redeploy tool. Right? The redeploy button people oftentimes use, but the beacon, for some reason, they don't, even though they sometimes do the same thing, pretty much. Just that the redeploy is more reliable, I would say. Okay, so we have Operation Gunline on the way. If I was playing from Skip's perspective, I could have smelled that from a mile away. Because I'm deploying units that are damage dealers and bad into marksmen. And he has this pesky fang line here. However, I can tell you, Skip did not figure this out until it was too late, round 7, round 8. And that's bad, because round 7, round 8, you're not winning any games anymore, unless the enemy is making a big-ass mistake. And I do not make that many mistakes if I'm in this kind of position. I do tend to make mistakes when I'm under pressure, right? Like the aggressive play you were talking about. That's where you fold sometimes. Happens to everybody. I haven't played any games on this account, like, I would say about a week before, and this was my first few games, and it still worked out quite nicely. But I didn't have to decide very, very fast. I could see the board, I could see the game state. I wasn't afraid of anything in particular happening here. Okay. Another Scorpion, by the way, in the middle. Something else we need to talk about. Marksman positioning, this is a mistake. I actually didn't see the guy. So he's sitting on the landing pad. Do not do that. Please take them at the tower line or even further back. Okay, you see what I mean with the forward shielding? They are dying as soon as the game starts. Because he doesn't have any chaff units at the line, right? In front of the shield. So that is something you can play around. You don't have to lose the shields. I'm losing his shields because the freaking Scorpion is gonna make it in. And there's no fangs here yet, right? The late fangs. But those fangs here, those are the ones from the very, very back. So they are protecting our marksmen. And the arclights, actually. Yeah, then everything said and done. We have marksman arclight against Mustang. Which the Mustang does tend to lose because of the arclight AoE damage and whatnot. And also because the arclight can outrange them by a mile if it gets levels. So I win this one. And he's down sub 2k. And that's another one of the interesting ones. So we have 2 fortresses, 2 Vulcans, 2 fire badgers, and 2 stormcallers. Lots of units. All right, so what are you gonna predict? Who's gonna take what?
Well, if I would be him, it's a tough choice. Probably Vulcan, and try to spec them into the incendiary bombs.
Okay.
To try to take out the arclights and marksmen.
I agree with the first part, not with the second part. If you take incendiary bomb here, it's most of the time to get rid of those fangs. Right? We don't want the fangs to arrive late. We want the fangs to be burned as soon as the first wave is gone, pretty much.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant. Like, as soon as you drop the bombs, there is no chaff that is going to come anymore, because as soon as they come, they
could be a play
to the fire.
Does get shut down by marksmen, by the way, if I block the first wave and the marksmen get those Vulcans down. But it's not for now. Probably later on.
And you maybe fortress, because if you shield, you can go for the conservative play, even though you already have 1 shield. But you can put them in the middle and make sure that the DPS survives. So that would be all the marksmen. Even if the Scorpion deals a lot of damage, either that or the Stormcaller.
Mm-hmm.
Because he doesn't expect a Stormcaller, so he would be totally unprepared, and the Scorpion would go away pretty fast.
Yeah. All of these 3 units on the right here are in the top bracket on my list against Fangs and Chuff in general.
Mm-hmm.
All of them. Vulcan is probably top, that's true. Closely followed by probably Stormcaller and then Firebadger.
Mm-hmm.
Firebadger lowest because it has the lowest range in general. Stormcaller would have the Incendiary upgrade, right? If he runs that. Now we can see he runs high explosive for some reason, but technically speaking, Incendiary would also set fire to the Fangs. I mean, it works quite fine.
Mm-hmm.
Stormcallers are not that great into highly leveled Stormcallers, by the way. Level 3 is a lot. Not that great into this kind of board. Better against the bigger targets like Scorpions and slow-moving units. Even Giants, even Fortress would die to level 3 Stormcaller, no problem. But they can get intercepted, right? They're a little bit weak to that one.
Mm-hmm.
Vulcan missiles can technically be intercepted, but they are very, very hard to intercept. Almost impossible.
Yeah.
Okay. We both take the Stormcallers. I think I agree with you. I don't think he should have taken the Stormcallers. So I will not play around him having Stormcallers either. I sold one of my Storms because I just told you they are a little bit too expensive for my taste. I would rather have 400 in the bank.
Mm-hmm.
Because I want to get Shielded Fangs this turn. And if he did not take the Vulcan, he has a big problem now. Okay. So we see a Wasp drop here in a comma for myself. I want to have some later Wasp intercepting this Wasp, but not getting killed by the Wraith. So I will drop them as far as I can over here to delay them and come in when the marksmen actually want to shoot at different targets. I mean, the first wave, they're not going to matter, and everything over here is a Wasp killer. So I think that's the best I can get out of this spell.
Mm-hmm.
Then we take lead marksman on the Arclights. So we now up to 150 range because almost all of them got level 3. I think all of them actually got level 3 because we are feeding on big Mustangs. As long as you stay ahead of the Mustangs, you will always kill them. Like this. If the Mustangs get a little bit ahead, you might get 2 shots on them to kill them. That's where the Arclights actually start losing the matchup. And the reason why I took it is because I wanted to take out those Scorpions a little bit faster. I get some more DPS. It one-shots the Hounds everywhere. So there's almost nothing on this board that can truly fight against Arclight, especially if we take EMP. If I replayed this round, I would have taken EMP later, and EMP would have been even better.
Okay.
Now, here I do the beacon play with the Typhoon that I was talking about. I think this is a bad play. I think the Typhoon should be going this way. Because he found out this was performed well. Why not add a second one? Right? There's no anti-air here. There's just the marksman.
Mm-hmm.
So Typhoon over here, or the Wasp drop on the other side. Right? This defends 1, this defends 2. So we could have played around that. That was a mistake. Didn't matter in the end, but we should always learn, no matter if we're winning or not, doesn't really make this a less of a mistake. And our opponent is playing Hot Dogs. Right? Hot Dogs, also a source of fire damage, if you'd like. However, just know Incendiary Bomb on the Dogs is an incredibly weak missile. Very, very weak to missile interceptor.
Okay.
Any kind of missile interceptor, actually. Even the bad ones in the game will lose to that. Also, he is walking towards me, not the other way around. So if I deploy our front chaff as we were talking, it will counter both the Stormcaller and the Incendiary Hounds, and he will also run into his own fire. So that's a play I did not play around because it doesn't make any sense in my head, especially not in this combination. This is very, very, very risky play. Okay, if you know the answer, this loses to everything. If your opponent is bad, you might win. Maybe. And that's a 300 cost upgrade now because it got nerfed. Okay. Any questions to this kind of board state? Makes sense for now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. More fangs. More shields. Because we're expecting fire play, right? We have to shield at least one of the sides. And did you see my shield getting hit? This is what we want to prevent. The shield should never get hit by the Stormcaller in the first volley. I just did not play around the Stormcaller because it wasn't a good pick.
Yeah.
But still, we have to make note and say, okay, next turn, we should prevent this. There needs to be units in front, and there needs to be chaff that takes the first hit. Because it's getting to late game now, and we need to make sure that we win. There's the late fangs again, this time with shield. On this time, none are left. Because the wasp drop was on the wrong side. Okay. So we take a good amount of HP, but it's around 7. And you can guess this is pretty late in the game. So 1k HP is actually not that much. Not even on a late game board. Okay. What would you pick here?
Photon emission.
Okay. Why do you need photon emission? What do you want to do with that?
Sorry. I just want to make sure that the chaff stays a little bit more alive, or maybe it's a wrong call.
I would argue photon emission does not help with that at all. Having 30% less damage received will not prevent the chaff from dying any faster or slower. Most units in the game will already overkill our crawlers and our fangs. Except the fangs die twice because of the shield, but their HP is 117. So even a Mustang will take 2 shots, no matter if it's 30% reduction or not. Mm-hmm. They will also die to the fire just as quickly. There's no way they are gonna survive that kind of deal. And it only lasts for 20 seconds, right? 20 seconds means you have to go in and get use of it, out of it immediately.
Okay. There's
no EMAG, Ignite, Acid, or Degeneration Beam effects on the board at all. So we're only playing for the 30% damage reduction. Mm-hmm. So if you're a very aggressive player and in your opponent's face, this is a very good upgrade. For that reason. But for us, Quandary does not do much.
Then the electromagnetic impact.
Yeah. Because we can see we already get value here. If we hit that with an EMP, mm-hmm. we get 35,000 damage, and this thing has 40,000 HP, so it's going to die to the first marksman shot, pretty much. Or the second. Mm-hmm. And also, we can hit the EMP on this clump of units here, right? Because this player is not spacing very well. He's putting all of his units in big clumps, so he's getting punished by AoE spells. Which, by the way, the oil also is back on. While he has fire on the field. That's really dangerous. So, we expect shields, right? Tons of shields. If he does not shield this and I put a crawler here, he's going to ignite the oil and burn his entire site here.
Mhm.
Okay, so we do play around getting multiple hits. And if we get multiple hits with this, we're going to win this round. Because we're going to stop a Wraith. We're going to hit some shields. If he doesn't shield, we're going to slow down his entire army for free. Don't even need oil.
Mhm.
Heavy armor doesn't make sense because we don't have a armor carrier, and barrier because we don't have a barrier carrier.
Yeah.
Okay. From his perspective, same deal, pretty much. This is probably the highest value. Barrier only if he gets a giant out. And he only has medium units at the moment. And heavy armor maybe on a scorpion, I guess. Or wraith. Could do that, I think. Okay. So we both take the EMP. And this is how you place the EMP. You just skip a little bit of that clip and the rest into all the units. So this will deal full damage to both the shields here. I buy another Typhoon because we realized our entire flank here was losing to the Wasp, right? That was no good.
Yeah.
Look at that. He does all the forward shielding. But there's no crawler in front. And here I do something else. I just told you we need to chuff in front, right? ASAP. I instead decide to build a bunch of missile interceptors. 4 of them. Because we get both the value against the Stormcallers and the Hounds, and we're probably winning the round anyway. So we will get plus 400 value next turn if we can survive this.
Okay.
Oh, there's an oil coming from him as well. He's very late with his oil, by the way. If I see this oil, I expect a unit to show up here and try to ignite this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure why he placed it like this, but for now it's pretty useless. Maybe a dog here into this, but there's a missile interceptor, so we are already safe from a play that he did. Okay, I'm also shooting up because I'm expecting EMP, and I want my Arclights to keep their range, but I misplaced the shield. Bad play. Should have been more to the right. And look at that. The freaking missiles still land because they are a little bit too far backwards. Now the fire, not very much, right? There's a little bit of fire here, but not a problem. Yeah, but the Stormcallers still got my shield because I did not do what I told you to do and got a front unit deploy. I simply did not have the deploys. I deployed my Typhoons to get rid of the Wasp, and as you can see here, getting rid of the Wasp was the right play. They are the bane of all marksmen. Pretty much. Another reason why the Storms are pretty bad into this kind of board is they lose to marksmen later. Marksmen will outrange them, because if you invest into Storms, I can counter them with Interceptor. And if you don't invest into them, the marksman actually has a very similar range, like it's 10 range difference, without even elite marksman. So I can outrange him quite easily. Alright, he's in kill range now. Another unit drop. Lucky for him, because that's the only thing that can turn this game around, right? This board looks like this for a long time, I would say. Nothing much has changed from 3 rounds before. He just added all those fangs that he should have had earlier, right? This was my setup. Just in different positions. I think mine are better positioned, actually, but he can tell. And at that moment, in this round that was just happening, round 8, he actually realized that those fangs are very, very dangerous. And that's too late.
Okay.
That's where you lose the game to shielded fangs. Very, very powerful upgrade if you can play it correctly. And we also get the good old Iron Blast back. So this is round 9. This is where his advanced targeting system pays off, right? Not this one, the next one, actually. So it's round 10, actually. I lied. So that's the reason why I don't pick that upgrade very often. If I do, it's because we're in a complete stall and nobody is winning. But if I have a chance of finishing him off earlier, I will never pick that card. Because I will die later for the big spells, for the nukes and all the random stuff that is happening late. Look at this bar.
For...
all the spells.
Mm-hmm.
That's scary when you're on this side. Because you don't have the spell, and I do. And this is going to burn through a shield no matter what he does. So it's very similar to the EMEC blast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Time to think again. What do we pick? I like this game because of this, by the way. Because I can tell you right now, none of the unit drops were actually unit drops I usually use. Like none of them. So this is a strategy versus strategy and starting pack versus starting pack game, which is actually quite, I would say, uncommon. Usually somebody has to pivot from his strategy because he gets a great drop and he's like, yeah, I can turn this around and whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what do we do? Because this is a very hard round. I replayed this many times. And there is one outcome where I lose and everything else I win. So you can't really pick wrong here because our board is too good. That's the main reason. I do not run Missile Interceptor, by the way. This card is lying.
Oh, okay. Can I see your board again?
Yes, sure.
Rhino, Tarantula, Warfactory, and the last one is Raiden.
Big Raiden, big factory, both very expensive, and some cheap rhinos and a lot of tarantulas. That's the choices we have. In terms of money, pretty equal, I would say, overall.
Well, I'm undecided between the Warfactory and the Raiden. Because I think that the Warfactory could really deal a blow to you. Even though I'm not very familiar with the unit because I don't pick it very often. But every time that I had this kind of board, I mean, medium to low units, everything exploded as soon as they picked the Warfactory.
Yep. It's true, he replayed the round for himself, and the only out he had was actually 2 Warfactories. This one and a blue one, right on the line into the tower. That's the only thing that won. And you can probably guess that is not going to last for more than one turn.
Yeah.
That's a play you can do to delay death, but it's not a game-winning play by any means. I mean, I'm so freaking healthy that he wins with about, I think, 1k damage again, and that's it. So it's absolutely true. We can also win with Warfactory. I already tried this. Would you say it's gonna be the biggest line, or would you say probably Rhino or Raiden or Tarantula are better picks? We could win more because this is all this is. We are trying to win harder in case something goes wrong and we are mistaken.
So for you, I'd pick the Raiden because if he goes into something that it's heavy, like for instance the Warfactory, the Raiden can actually help.
What can the Raiden do against the Warfactory?
With the HP attack.
With the iron, yeah. I agree, but this Raiden is level 3. This is gonna be very, very expensive iron because it's gonna lose the majority of his damage, right? The level 1 Raiden would probably deal just as much damage.
More effective.
But it's true. If you run that upgrade, it can be a very good answer to Warfactory. Actually, even to 2 Warfactories. So if you did this play, you would be absolutely right. I would be dropping a Raiden, take the Ignite on the Fangs, and if he doesn't have Photon Coating, he dies instantly. If he does, he's then gonna die a little bit later. EMP on the Arc Light's also a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
So could be a play. Very bad into his board state though, right? There's Mustangs and Wraith and Wasp. So not really what the Raiden wants to fight. The Raiden is okay into the Wraith, don't get me wrong. But if it has DJ Beam and some other stuff coming with it, it's not going to win.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is just a answer to Warfactory in case you think that is your losing play. So I would agree, you can pick that. You're not going to win the round any harder, but you probably prevent some cheese from happening. The only thing is you have to guess where you put it, or you have to put 2 Raidens.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
I would probably go for 2 Raidens.
I mean, he's not going to put a Warfactory here, right? There's oil here.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have any chance. So we would put the Raiden here, like over here, for example, or maybe even a little bit more towards the middle so it doesn't get distracted by a flank. And then he would put down the cars here and then go in here and we hit him.
Yeah.
And if you're doing that play, you might as well drop the Iron Blast here as well. Because we don't need the Iron Blast. We're winning rounds without iron at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this could be a great great cheese preventer that looks very stupid if he doesn't cheese, but we will still win. I like that. I like that. It's a good play. I haven't played that situation, by the way, because he does not drop the freaking Warfactory. So I couldn't replay it, but that would have been a good prevent. Okay. What about the rhinos and the tarantulas? Do we care about those? Do we want to take them? What would you say about that?
Well, I'd rather pick the tarantula over the rhino, and I think that you probably will go for the other two. I mean the rhino to play against the Stormcallers, but I would pick the tarantula to go with the spider mine to still either destroy their chaff or to lose some time. I mean, gain some time from the Stormcaller.
Mm-hmm.
Because the rhino, I'd be scared to drop it against those scorpions.
It's true. The play would be rhinos here in the corners with armor.
Mm-hmm.
So they will arrive too late. The scorpions probably will be dead by then.
Okay.
Right. Look, if you look at the damage they are dealing, they are dying rather quickly. Right.
Mm-hmm.
9 units. That's nothing. That's crawlers pretty much. Maybe a sledge, which doesn't matter in the first place. So the rhinos will arrive late, and then they will fight Mustang and Stormcrawlers and some hounds and wraiths. That's all units they do not care about at all, right? If you think the scorpions are gone, the rhino wins.
Mm-hmm.
So it's true. We win with the rhino play, but we win harder with the factory play.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can put the factories right in front and take the brunt of the damage, and they will still not die. So that they're better tanks. We can't put rhinos here and just expect them to live against Scorpion. That's probably not going to happen.
Yeah.
Maybe. And I do what you suggested. I took the tarantulas, actually. I just wanted some beefy boys in front that also do a little bit of chaff clearing. And I expected a Raiden. And as you can see here, a tarantula does not get one shot even by a level 3 Raiden. So the Raidens are actually only good against medium-sized units like Sledgehammers, the Typhoon maybe, Arclights for sure, Marksman, right? Those targets.
Why did you go for the Raiden?
I don't know. I can't tell you because I have a bunch of Marksmen on the board already out-leveling his Raiden. And the only thing that beats Marksman is Raiden with range, EMP, and chain, and shooting at units that are in front.
Mm-hmm.
And Raiden absolutely sucks against Mars Fang. So that's exactly what we have on board at the moment. But okay, it's his decision. I think that was one of the worst picks he could have picked overall. I think the other ones did all better, even in this situation. I mean, Tarantula probably not, but I think even the Rhino would have done better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Tarantulas will take 2 shots from the Raiden to get killed, and it's gonna move forward because it has fewer range than the Arclight. So I'm just using them as a throwaway, pretty much. He's beaking away his units because he's very smart and he thinks I'm gonna drop the same Iron Blast as well, which I did. So I did not play around this one. I should have gotten a like this. You have to imagine there's a mouse down here because I can't hit the freaking mouse. So he drops a bunch of Raidens in the back here with the addition of some Mustang levels and whatnot, and that's it. I mean, Raiden are super duper expensive, right? So dropping 3 more Raidens and or range, that's your entire money. I do take the Marksman because we talked about this. Elite Marksman beats almost everything on the board, including Stormcallers, actually. And that's where we want the damage, right? If there's Raiden coming, if there's Factory coming, if there's Rhino coming, Tarantulas, all of that requires more damage. That's all we care about. So this is a nice play. And would you look at that? Even then, the freaking Iron Beam is gonna destroy some stuff here, right? The shield and whatnot. So it's not even that bad of a spell, because it's killing the Stormcaller here. Which is a 400 cost unit again. I shielded pretty hard, because I wanted to play around getting EMAC'd or something weird like that with the Raiden. Yeah. He finally ranged the Scorpions on round 9. Which is too late, by the way. Always.
Yeah.
You see these fangs here? That's exactly what the Raidens don't like. If it wasn't for the fangs, they could actually win against the Arclight front line, but for now they are just absolutely toast. We don't overkill him by a lot, but we don't have to, right? We were winning practically every round. The only round he won was the fire incendiary bomb surprise play that was absolutely garbage for the rest of the game. Pretty much meant he could never come back. Let's take a quick look at Chaff, because we want to see. He has the crawlers and the fangs swapped. That is a setup you can do if you like, but I don't think it's doing any better than what we discussed. Fang placement is okay, but if something gets dropped here, like a Stormcaller, it's gonna get targeting onto the Scorpion. It's a little bit risky like this, I think. But you can play it like that. And you can see the rest of the stuff, he's not playing around the Fire Badger thing we mentioned, which we could have punished. And for my setup, we have only 1 unit of crawlers, pretty much. Because you could see I wasn't playing around getting into his front line anyway. The only thing we should have had is another crawler here. So the Stormcaller value gets diminished. That's the only thing we would care about in that case. And now, how do you see if you played your cards right? That unit cleared a lot of chaff. 130. 58, 110, 98. So how did that happen? Our opponent did not have enough crawlers and they didn't have loose formation. That would have helped a ton against the Arclight clear. The second thing is who dealt the most damage. This guy, by far. And remember, this is a round. Where did I put them? I think it was round 5, level 2 elite recruit. So he didn't have that much time to stay, and he killed 26 units this entire game, but still got the most damage. That's exactly when you see you have enough chaff clear, you're getting to the target that you're trying to kill, and you're doing that every turn. That's how this unit can perform. This is the only way this unit can perform. Doesn't really do anything in other situations, but the Phoenix couldn't do better. But this, the Phoenix can't do. The Phoenix would run in here and die, because it's too fast, right? That's the the major issue with the Phoenix. It would also lose to Raiden, by the way. Pretty hard. And to Mustang. That's why we don't use the Phoenix as often in standard here. Same for this guy. This guy had the third most damage. This guy, by the way, is underperforming. Can you guess why he's underperforming?
For the Fangs, because he's targeting the Fangs more often than not, and when the Fangs are cleared, there is also the Hounds.
Yeah, but that's not quite the reason. He is very far forward. He's at least 2 or 4 spaces too far forward. Right?
Yeah,
So he gets shooting at these units. So he killed more units than the other guy, but he's shooting at useless stuff that should have died to something else, like the Arclight, right? Or any other unit other than him, let's say. Okay, so you can see this was a mispositioning error. I just didn't see him. He was too blue. And then he landed on the helipad and stayed there for the entire game. This guy did underperform because he was sitting right next to the Stormcaller and whatnot. They were stealing a lot of his kills, so he wasn't necessary. This guy, again, very good damage. And this guy was doing okay the last turn. But the majority of the damage was into those Scorpions and the big Wraith, right? Those were feeding on the Wraith here. That's why they have so much damage. But we can see all of the marksmen did something. Nobody had a humongous high kill count where they're shooting crawlers all day. And they did their carry roll. And they're pretty much the best unit at it if you can protect them. If they get rushed, they are one of the worst carry units in the game. Because they're super squishy, very easy to distract, and very expensive to upgrade if you want them. And you also need a lot of deploys. You saw me wasting 6 deploys in round 4 and 5, and we still won because we eked out that Arclight line early. And they were tanking his entire board for free. If you don't have that, you can never do that. You will lose the game to that. So this is a standard game, as standard as it gets, I would say. If I was imagining how I would like to play a game and what opener I would like to have, the sledge opener, I think I would have done nothing different except the Typhoon spec. I don't like that. I would like to have a Farseer instead. But, I mean, did it really matter? No. Right? We had some Typhoons later to kill those 2 squads of Wasp, who did very well, by the way. The best performing unit on his roster. And look at that tech. He has no shield.
Yeah.
It's one of the very, very few techs I would argue you probably need. He was playing carry Wasp setup into non-carry Wasp, and that's bad. That's your best chaff unit against marksman just wasted because it can't be targeted by much else here. Well, you know, that's decisions you make before the game, right? This is not something you do. He also had Ionize on the bar, by the way, so he could have attacked my Warfactories as well. Okay. Yeah, any questions to this game?
No.
Like the placement and whatnot? I mean, I'm not trying to say play the strategy. I'm just trying to point out why we position units as we do, right? That's the idea here. In an ideal scenario, you would always keep those shields and the missile interceptors for the rest of the game, because that is what's gonna do skip in. I'm getting free value every turn. These things stay alive. That's why they are back here. They could be way better here. They would be intercepting all the Stormcaller missiles, but they might actually die. That's not a risk I'm willing to take here. Okay. I will show you one more, which is a little bit more aggressive, so to speak. And you can see it immediately because I'm going down pretty low here. So this is another attempt for me staying Spanner, because you can see here Farseer's back with sledgehammers. Sounds good. And my opponent is also having a very strong pack. But his pack has 5k HP. Mine has way, way fewer because the crawlers are very highly rated. And the amplifying spec is one of the worst specs in the game, probably. And mine is Farseer's spec, which is probably one of the best in the game. So we have a pretty even mirror, but a mismatch on our strategy. And as you can see right away, he has a big advantage in the Sledgehammer Miracle because he just has better stats all around. And he goes half aggro. That happens very often when people don't quite want to go aggressive, but they also don't want to quite lose. As you can see here, I put my crawlers way in the back because I wanted my sledges to tank. Now what I did not expect was him taking marksman, because that's a bad play generally speaking on this turn. And since it's a bad play, we don't play around it. But I don't have that much HP, so we can't do that as often. Yeah, this is gonna be very dangerous for us coming forward here. Note his bar: range, elite marksman, assault mode, and area spec. One of them does not fit into this marksman profile. Which one is it?
The third one, the assault.
The assault mode looks weird, right? If I see this on the bar, I expect a pretty aggressive player. A tempo player. He's not gonna go for that big board that we just saw. He's gonna go in my face. That's why he's sitting here and not here. He's not respecting the flanks at all, for example. He also has the amplifying core spec and the stages. This is all crying tempo to me. Tempo, tempo, tempo. We want to win early, and if we don't win early, we lose.
You mean him, right?
Yep.
Oh, okay, okay.
I mean, I'm sitting here. I'm not winning anytime soon. Not like this. So here we have a very easy decision. Either if he goes aggressive, he will go quick teleport. These two are just for late game. This you could pick if you want to go greedy. But Missile Strike is by far the best pick, right? It's free, 3k damage, very good against Phoenix. Very powerful if you want to play for tempo. It's not gonna one-shot a Sledgehammer, but it might as well. It kills Chaff all the game. Very powerful spell. So if you can take that one, I would always pick it. As you can see, he nukes my crawler, and I nuke his marksman and the fang. Now I put some more crawlers down, because I really would like some crawlers. And this is exactly what I mean, right? This is what we expect. Waste 100 on round 2, just to deny me some missile value. But he thinks he can keep this shield up for the game. And if he can, that's a big, big upside. If you are doing that, please don't do that. That is very, very hard to play. That's the only thing this guy is winning anything. Okay, he put some cross on the flank, by the way, so if I flanked here, I would have been punished. As you can see here, our Chaff is doing actually quite fine. They're coming in at the right time. But this one does not do as fine because he has Chaff on the side that he's winning with. Now the big downside for this shield is he didn't actually profit from the shield that much, right? I still got half of his fangs and whatnot. He saved a marksman and he took a little bit of damage. The best case scenario is that he uses like almost all of the HP and then wins the round. Alright. So round 3 also goes to him. I'm dropping below 3k here. So far the plan with tempo is working out, right? He has triple sledges, all with an item that makes them better than mine. Level on the marksman, level on the crawler if you like. No pressure in his back. And I have some exposed ledges and a lot of crawlers everywhere. Now this crawler here is not something I showed you. This happens when I don't want a crawler here or here. But I still want one to arrive in the middle.
Okay.
This is specific to this case scenario where he has all his stuff in the middle. It seems still very similar to these here, right? The ones here.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
oh, look at that. Flying Stormcrawlers. I take the EMP because I already told you it's very good against the shield, right? That would delay those sledges from getting to the fight because they're too slow. And that would also shut down this shield on the side. And this is a very inexpensive spell with 2-round cooldown. So I thought I could afford that. He did not. And he's just going to skip. And here we go. Stormcrawlers. What do Stormcrawlers do? They break the shield, right? In the first volley.
Okay.
That's the idea here. His comp is moving very slowly. Am I clearing the fangs fast enough? No. The fangs will get value by tanking the sledgehammers. Stormcrawlers clear those fangs very, very easily. Now, if you are the opponent, what would you do against this? What would you do when the Stormcaller shows up here on the board where there was no reason to really buy it other than clearing fangs and marksman?
Probably it depends. Like if I'm sure that if I drop the missile interceptor, I won't get punished, meaning that they won't get destroyed, I will probably go for that. But I have to see this round to really understand if I can afford that.
I mean, he doesn't know I have the Stormcrawlers yet. No, I'm just assuming next turn, right? The next turn, we're going to look at him. And I agree. I think if you are forward like this, you can put a missile interceptor behind. And even if you lose the round, probably you're going to lose everything in the middle, right? There's not going to be anything fighting here on the flanks, getting delayed, and then not making anything. True. What else could you do?
Also the crawlers with the beacon, but the beacon doesn't go back forward.
Yeah, you could do the beacon for sure. Although that's not a very tempo-heavy play, right? That's a unit deploy and a 100 on that one. So probably not his game plan. What else? There's more. Because this is really important and why we are winning here. Rhino could work because I don't have the DPS to kill Rhino, but the Rhino would also get stuck on those crawlers pretty hard because his chaff clear is not really the best, right? It's sledges. They are okay, maybe, but not good at clearing chaff. Oh no, I'm saying something different.
Maybe spec the sledgehammers into mechanical rage.
Yes, but that wouldn't make them that much better against the Stormcrawlers. I'm thinking, what you're thinking in the right direction. He already has 4 sledges on board, right? So it would make sense to invest a tech into them if he wants to win this quick. Because he can't buy more units and then just tech them and whatnot. That's harder to get value out of that. Field maintenance does very, very good against Stormcaller because it makes them too tanky to die, especially with the small amplifying core. And it also makes sure that if they get hit, they will regen to full. There's nothing on this board that can burst them, right? I would need Scorpion, Raiden, the big boys to blow them up. So if you're seeing a bunch of sledges like this and I am deploying Stormcrawlers, I am not doing that to fight the sledges at all. I'm trying to bait Tacos into using sledges and teching. This is very important to understand because this unit is not that good into this board. This is just a shield breaker, fang killer, and that's it.
Okay.
It's very bad into the sledges and it's okay against marksman. I think the marksman versus Stormcaller matchup is Stormcaller favored early, and later it's marksman unless you're overcommitting to Stormcallers. I can also show you a game where I overcommit to Stormcallers. Was actually a very funny one, but we will say we don't do that, okay? We are not mad, we are playing normal for now. Okay. So very risky play here. Will probably lose me some rounds, but will set me up later. More marksman. I fully expect some Phoenix cheese here, right? This guy is playing aggressive. He wants to win. He's also playing around Phoenix cheese, by the way. So I just deployed these guys, the marksmen here, for that reason. And look at that. A missile. Also a good tempo play, right? Missile hits here, kills my marksman and the sledges. Because there was no chaff in front. Right. Our plan works, right? The sheet goes down. These sledges here coming in late. And he also upgraded that crawler that we were talking about, right? Also a tempo play. Marksmen are doing okay, I would say. Storm colors are top damage by far. So he now knows this unit is a problem, like a big problem. And we force him to resolve this problem. He also got levels on the sledges. This is really, really powerful, as we were talking about, right? If there is no Scorpion, that's probably going to be one of the strongest units on the board. And he has 2 of them, and Marksman. So far everything is going directly how he wants it. Tempo, tempo, tempo. I'm doing not so good on HP, but remember my HP pool wasn't very good to begin with. So yeah. If I was at 5k HP and he would drop me down, I would still be at 3,800. So meh. Like the skip game, right? Where we had like humongous HP pools pretty much. Yeah. But we have to be aware of this. And now we have a Fuzzy power spike for free. That's what we were waiting for, right? He had his power spike in the early game. Now we have our own power spike and we try to equalize. So these are the rounds where he will win or lose the game pretty quickly. Okay, unit drops. And this is going to be an interesting one for you because there is very different choices here. There is, I would say, 3 units in this drop here that would perform okay against Sledgehammer. And then there would be Mustangs. That's all I'm going to say about that. So what would you pick and for whom?
Scorpion for you. But you don't have enough. No, you had enough chaff clear, if I recall correctly. So the Scorpion to take care of the sledgehammers. And for him, on the other hand, I would get either the Scorpion or the Phoenix.
And who wins against what? That's the question. Let's say I take the Scorpion and he takes the Scorpion as well. Who would win?
Well, I think him, because the Scorpion have more time to do things, and you will go. I'm not sure. Can I see the board again?
Yeah, sure. If you can keep a good image in your head, you can always ask me to just show the board. I usually don't do this. I do this. The switcheroo all the time. So okay. I know what the options are, but I'm mainly looking at the board too. This is just a spectating thing, right? I usually would have shown you right away. Yeah, think about it. I will edit my my info real quick. Let me see if I can make it without moving the mouse. Is it still moving?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, but it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a theoretical question here. You already know the board state, right? Nothing has changed from last round. We have a bunch of crawlers with some Fang frontline and sledges backed up by marksmen versus crawlers on all sides, some marksmen and the sledge.
Well, the thing is that if he goes with the Scorpion and he picks the siege, he can probably take the tower quick, and then that will be a problem. But you know, it will be a one turn type of thing. Like it's either he pushes now to the win, or those scorpions would be unusable for the next round.
Yeah, true, true.
Other than that, there is nothing much that he could do with the scorpion. So probably Phoenix. On the other hand, if you can stall him long enough, the scorpion can do all the things that they have to do. Like, for instance, even if he has the amplifying core, the small one, and even if he upgrades them, I still think that the scorpion one-shots them. And if they don't get one-shotted, they pretty much are close to die anyway. So like one shot.
Yeah. Remember that we said he's going to take field maintenance most likely because of the Stormcallers?
Yeah.
That's a 30% increase in HP. So this unit will go to like 8k, right? About 8k, and then 30% on top of that. So if you can do quick math, you know if the Scorpion would one-shot or not.
I don't know the base damage of the Scorpion.
It's fine. This is something we should know, actually. Okay? Not by like the decimals, just the base. Is it 10k? Is it 11k? Yeah, in the ballpark, pretty much.
It should be 10k, correct?
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
So I will just show you real quick. I will take the Tarantula and he will take the Phoenix.
Okay. So
why does he take the Phoenix? Because he does want to take the Scorpions out, right? He is expecting Scorpions here, for sure. And I would say 90% of the players would pick Scorpions.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the, in quotation marks, correct play. But I'm a known Scorpion hater. I in fact love them, but I know they will get stuck on random crawlers. And this crawler back here is performing quite nicely. He's coming in later. He's killing my crawler here on the flank and together with the sledge. And then I get distracted. That's what happened to the marksman here. He's getting absolutely shafted, as we can see from his stats. Right? This guy is dead. This guy is performing okay. So if you see those stats on your units and the Stormcallers are doing great because they're killing those fangs and dealing a lot of damage, you probably don't have enough chaff clear. Okay?
Yeah.
Probably. Now, is the Tarantula great in standard? No, but we're not playing standard, right? We are way closer to the line than we should. Because he's forcing this play. The Tarantula will make sure I will clear, but it is not an answer to Phoenix, obviously, because we can't shoot up. But we already have marksman, right? We have anti-air. We have the Fuzz here. Also anti-air. So in fact, we're actually doing quite nicely with the Phoenixes. And the sledges we still don't deal very well with, but the Tarantula has a okay matchup against sledges, for sure.
Okay.
Do you see where this game is going in a general direction? Because there is something missing on this board that would explain you why I think this is a good idea. But we can break it still down with the basics. The basics was we want chaff more than opponent. We want chaff to arrive late, and we want have more chaff clear than the opponent. So we kill his chaff earlier than he does his, right? And that one is pretty clear. He is doing, I would say, at the moment, better than us. Okay, the only thing we added was the Stormcaller, but that's not a true chaff destroyer, right? That's a fang-only thing. The crawlers will beat the Stormcaller in any case. Can't rely on that. There's something missing here that you're not aware of, I think. That's why we're looking at this game, by the way. Because it's very, very useful to know against aggressive players and when you can pull it off, but it is very hard to do. And it requires 4 turns of waiting and getting beaten without panicking. That's the problem. Okay. Getting beaten, no problem, but no panic. No missiles from me, right? I could have missiled here. Would have been good value, right? Sledgehammers still die to missile with Amplify. So I'm not playing his, I'm going to deploy missile, shield, random stuff. I'm not doing that. He's burning money. That's what I wrote him afterwards, because he told me some very nasty things after this was over. That was my only comment, where his money went. Because it's all in consumables. All right. So for now, let's say I want more chaff clear, and Tarantula is pretty good against the main board. Also, he has overlap with Phoenixes and Marksman. That's actually quite bad for the late game, right? Because he doesn't want to upgrade all of this. And these units base do not beat my Marksman. So that's going to be a problem moving forward for him. And the only thing we do straight away is getting the tech on the Tarantula, because I don't want the Tarantula to moving forward into the Phoenix, right? That's no bueno. We want the Phoenixes to shoot at the sledges and the fangs only. Look at that. There's your play. Right? The 2 missile interceptors.
Yeah.
So he did react to what we were doing by spending another 200 temporary, because he thinks he can win the round. And he also rapid supply everything. He pressed every button except elite recruitment. So that's 150, 200, 200 and 100 minus, so 300 minus turn of play, plus 2 investment, which is 500. So this looks scary, but in the end, all that happened was 2 fangs, 1 crawler, and the unit drop. No techs, just consumables.
Mm-hmm.
Keep this in mind, because I did the opposite. I dropped another Tarantula, also dropped the chaff like he did, like those, because I'm expecting cheese missiles, right? This one was cheese missile last turn. We don't want that. That's not happening anymore. And guess who's winning the chaff clear for now? And Tarantula does perform well against shielded fangs, loose crawlers, doesn't matter. Tarantula has a HE upgrade, and that means it can win any chaff war.
Oh.
Fascia went to the side here to prevent, again, air cheeses. Should have been on this side, by the way. That was a mistake, right? There's no marksman here. But as you can see here, this is not something that would have happened if we had the Scorpion. We would have been dead by now. Because our Stormcallers got disabled, right? We have a lot of problem clearing chaff if the Fang stays alive. So we take, again, a good amount of damage.
But not too much.
No, it's
like
fine.
The previous one.
Yeah. Let's do something real quick, because I just wanted to show you and make sure that we are not theory crafting here, because this is the high tower, right? We're gonna go in and play the Scorpion. So Fascia, this time we will not misplay and actually put it here, right? There's no flank protection, which our opponent didn't guess. But maybe he expected it on this side. So I will change that. Everything else I will keep unchanged. So what we would do here is we would probably need range still, right? Range on the Scorpions probably necessary. Yeah. Because we're gonna get targeted by a lot of stuff if we don't.
Yeah, definitely.
We can't afford 4 Scorps. Doesn't work. But we can afford 3 with range. And then we'll also add the chaff, right? The play I did. Because we have to play around missiles, otherwise we will lose. So let's do it like this.
Okay.
Inside the tower with Fangs as a front. And the other one can probably go about here, right? Pretty close to the...
Isn't that too further, the Fang on the left?
Yes, but we can't put it here. It's too far back. And this is too far forward. We can't aim at the sledges.
Okay.
Not for now. We could actually put it back a little bit like this. If we are worried about getting sniped by the marksman, which is a possibility for sure. So now the problem is our Stormcrawlers got countered, so the Fangs are in the way. And Scorpions can kill Fangs, technically speaking, but they're doing on a 4.5 second cooldown. As you can see here, he takes 3 shots at least to get those Fangs down. Then he starts shooting at the Crawlers. And not one single sledge has been touched. Now the first sledge has died. One of them, by the way. He hit only one of them. Now there's a pack actually dying to the Scorpion. And now we're in the same situation like last time, right? We're losing board. But our situation is actually worse than last time because we still don't have the chuff clear. And we have played the Scorpion into a losing matchup, which is the Phoenixes here. Okay, so the position is different. We're not really dying that fast. It works out, but I don't know where I would play from this position. I would have to get more chuff clear. That means we have to get deploys out, and we don't have enough deploys, right? We want to get a lot of stuff here. So could have worked for sure. Probably a loss on the turn where he goes boats. Or any big air unit that does damage. This stuff is all garbage. Don't need to talk about it. So important note here is the missile strike comes back up. So first thing I want to know is what do we missile strike? Because that's a very important thing to see here.
Oh.
As you can see, by the way, the Scorpion did actually one-shot the sledgehammers because he didn't pick the upgrade. So we don't know yet if it would have worked.
Probably on the left to get the Fangs, the tower, and the marksman, like in the middle of.
Like here?
Yes.
Okay. Question time. Can you kill the missile interceptor with missile strike?
I have no clue. That's
okay.
the problem.
That's fine. We will take a look at it because it's very weird.
You meant no. You cannot kill
this one.
The missile intercept. No. It doesn't.
We'll see. We'll see. You just need to know that this can be damaged, and there is a HP pool on this. It just doesn't say here in the description, unfortunately, because it is a unit. If I deploy a missile interceptor here, units will actually walk towards the missile interceptor. So if you need more deploys, you can actually deploy one. It's really funky how that works. Remember that game where I said I don't have the deploys to distract the Stormcaller? I could have dropped one of those. Just to eat the body. Yeah. It's quite funny how that works, but it does actually work quite well. So keep this in mind. This is the extra unit that nobody told you about. 8 of them, actually. That's a lot of HP. Okay. We will check that out later. So we missile strike them some Fangs here. That's what you were saying. The Fangs, the marksman and whatnot.
Yeah.
Do you know which units this missile strike could kill on this board state? We know he doesn't have any upgrades here.
Well, the Phoenixes, the Fangs, if he doesn't have the shield, which he doesn't have at the moment. The marksman, I don't think anymore, and definitely not the sledgehammers with the upgrade and the amplifying core.
And the naked ones?
Which ones? Sorry.
The naked ones, these guys here.
Yeah, it could.
Okay, they have a little bit too much, 400.
No.
So can't one hit them. The Phoenix can get one hit right now, but if he levels it up and presses the defense enhancement, it could not. So if we're greedy and trying to one-shot this one, we would actually get it if he doesn't click the upgrade. This is common knowledge. He does know that, for sure. Okay, so if we want to kill a Phoenix, the safest one is this or this one.
Okay.
And they are a little bit further away from all the stuff, but we could maybe get a Fang and a Phoenix. Marksman, you're absolutely correct. 1600 HP means they have just too much, a little bit too much. 200. And the missile interceptor we could not kill. That would be amazing.
Okay.
I would absolutely try to snipe it with a missile strike. We can damage it, but we can't kill it, unfortunately. But it's what happens most of the time. Okay. The crawlers, fangs, we can kill, sure. That we know, right? Even the level 2 crawlers, we can always missile strike them, pretty much.
Yeah.
Unless if they get 3k HP, you have different problems than missile striking crawlers in the first place. Okay, so opposite side, what does he missile strike?
Stormcallers. Stormcallers. Stormcallers with one marksman.
Does he expect me to shield the Stormcallers?
I don't think so, because the shield will get destroyed anyway.
Okay.
Last time I didn't push. Yeah, it should get destroyed.
Do you think I can win the round with this unit dead? But let's say Marksman and Stormcaller, for example.
It depends what you want to go for. Like, you have 1k, so
True.
if you find a way to burst the sledgehammers down, then probably you will be able to.
Okay.
But safest bet is that you would shield them. So it's unnecessary to missile them.
This is where we need to know what he thinks, right? Does he believe that I drop a shield here? Or does he think this guy hasn't used any consumables, he's going to greed out, I will get the highest value? Or does he sissy out and kill this, like any unit pretty much? He could even kill this one, probably. Okay, this is what we need to do as a risk assessment. See how that one goes, right? Okay. So I will missile strike the Phoenix, the safest play, nick the Marksman, maybe, and the Fangs. Could have been more forward, I think. We will see if this is correct or not. He's going for the Ultra Greed, which I don't get punished by. And here comes the secret ingredient. Round 5, by the way. Remember that, because it's very expensive. Hacker unlock 100. And you saw my money, right? I had a lot of money. He doesn't have any money this turn because he loaned and he did all that stupid stuff earlier here. And still didn't won yet. Not yet. We now have enough protection money. And we get a double hacker. And we get range, which is really, really important. Because this unit now has higher range than Marksman. In my opinion, and on my spreadsheet that I will send you, the hacker actually counters the Marksman. Upgrade for upgrade. The Marksman is a bad shield breaker unit. The hacker has one of the strongest shields in the game, 16,000 per level. Its range is actually not that bad into Marksman. And this unit produces chaff that tanks against Marksman. Right? The hacker will always have more chaff because of the shield and will produce more chaff. That's a really big problem if you're a Marksman. The only downside is the hackers need a little bit of time and some levels. That's all. Other than that, I think I prefer hacker into Marksman. Because if this hacker hacks this sledge is going to one-shot the Marksman very soon. And that's bad news for Marksman. So either he kills his own units fast enough, or he loses. The faster your board can kill your own board, the better it is. The slower your board is killing at your own board, the better the hacker is.
So that's why you pick the Tarantula on the
exactly. Right? We wouldn't have the chaff clear to support a hacker right now. Hacker, probably point for point, one of the strongest DPS units in the game. Can it be overrun by sledges? Yes. But remember, we were making him think. That Stormcaller. Very scary. Very powerful. He does not think about hacker right now. Not at all. He's feeling pretty fancy. He thinks I got a bunch of sledges. I'm buying more sledges. They're not terrible into Tarantula, right? As soon as they get some upgrades, they could actually outperform the Tarantula. He has the Phoenixes as backup. He does actually do the defense enhancement. See that? That's a safe Phoenix. Yeah. So always play around this. Don't assume the guys you're playing against are stupid. Those are the stuff that the people know. They don't know where to put the crawlers, but they know this stuff. Overanalyzing. That's what they call it. Okay. So we see here a distinct mass amount of freaking sledges everywhere. And there we go. That's what we're setting up for the entire game, right? Now I'm hacking stuff that regenerates, which is even worse for him because he can't one-shot it. Sledges against regenerating sledgehammers don't do anything, right? That's a low damage unit against a regeneration effect on a high HP. That's a wet noodle fight if I ever seen one. This is bad. That's really, really bad. This is the incorrect timing for anything. Because we know I have to make a play, right? I'm low. He doesn't have to do anything. I would expect a boat here. Boat does well against all of this. Except the marksman. But they are like really, really unimportant. Unleveled, unloved, unupgraded. And you have Phoenixes as well. So the marksman will have plenty of targets to shoot up right now. Okay. So this is when the disaster starts. Right? This looks like a tiny ass board, but it's very, very effective of dealing exactly with this kind of board. You can see here. So first unit that was hacked was a crawler. Second unit is a sledge. And now look at this sledge. Like the entire freaking sledge pack is shooting that sledge. And the marksman. And there goes the next one. And this continues. There's no way in hell he is gonna do anything against the hacker, right? The hacker is... Look at my shields. They're not even damaged yet.
Yeah.
And the worst case is, even if my marksmen die, I'm hacking his marksman, so the Phoenixes are absolutely toast as well. And when the marksman gets hacked, it shoots the missiles. And that's Interceptor bye-bye. And there we see the damage, 4K, 4.6. That's one-shotting a missile Interceptor.
So basically, you stalled long enough with the hacker to take over everything, basically.
Yeah. As you can see here, everybody has upgrades. The entire battle line is now getting ahead because he used his upgrades to gain more power. But that also means I have a combat mechanic where I can get a lot of strong units very, very soon without even using this button here, the dreaded Elite Recruitment Burn 100. Right? That's the one I used or abused last time. We wanted to get some marksmen on the board. If I had deployed marksmen here, we would have lost for sure.
Mm-hmm. So the elite recruitment is something that you usually don't do.
Yes, I only do it if I have too much money and not enough place, or if I actually am so far ahead that I think I can afford to get ahead on levels.
Snowball. Okay.
That's not very often the case, unless opponent is playing really bad, or I have the best starting pack and he just got unlucky. Like the last game, right? The dog Mustang is one of the worst packs you could play in standard, I think. Way better in aggression. Now, here's one problem. I don't know if you know this about a hacker. Hacker doesn't have damage, right? No damage stat. At all.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't deal damage unless he's targeting towers and other stuff he should not target. Unhackable units, for example. Okay, so as you can already see, the level 1 hacker is strong enough to get the sledges hacked. Right? There was not really an issue with that. Once hacker hits level 2 or 3, this is where it gets out of control. He's gonna lose his entire board as soon as the Fang front line is dying. And as you can see, the Tarantula is quite good at killing those units, and the Stormcallers too. So now we have a big problem over here. He invested all that money early and attack now and his unit deploys into one big line of unit that all gets countered by 2 hacky boys. I mean, that's 2. That's not good. Not at all. So the question is, what is he going to do about that? Do you know what to do when you're facing hacker in this situation?
No, to be fair.
Okay.
Um,
This is important because
probably,
hackers are not often played, but if they are played, you probably build a board that makes them good. And that's hard to come back from, right? You can't sell out of the sledgehammers, for example. There's like 6 of them. So
well,
he's done for.
probably
Sledgehammers are on the board.
he doesn't have any money either.
No, because he's loaning all the time. That's the problem.
Maybe Scorpion. That's the only thing with Siege that I can think of, or something that is flying, like Overlord.
Yeah, Scorpion would work, but that's really, really expensive.
Yeah, that's another.
That's
story.
650 just for one Siege Scorpion, and that would probably not win him the game because I'm hacking his entire board, right? The Siege Scorpion would be shooting as hit at his units and not at mine. Because I'm producing chaff over here.
Okay. I don't know.
So hackers in general get countered by chaff. That's the first thing. So crawler, fang. As you can see here, we have some crawlers already, so we could deploy 3 more and click loose formation or maybe subterranean blitz.
Okay.
That would actually overload the tarantulas because I don't have that many, or I had not that many. I'm deploying more now as we speak. But if not, I'm not clicking HE, that will work out for a turn. And you see my HP, right? Doesn't need more than 1 turn, I don't think.
1 turn.
Maybe 2, maybe 2. Maybe 1 Warfactory. Okay, so that's the first play. Second play, do the same he did already, waste more money on shields. Shields are very, very bad to take out as a hacker player. And also get that missile interceptor back here, because Stormcallers are very good at clearing shields. So shielding up is actually really, really valuable against hackers. Same for Fortress. You can drop your own hackers if you like. Also works, because they are countering each other.
But the thing is that you have the electromagnetic field up. So if you will go for the shields, you would probably blast them. Like, of course, not every single one of them.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. I'm just saying in general, right? If you are facing a board of hackers, what would we do as a response? This is one of the reasons why I actually took this, by the way. Many people skip this. All of my trainees skip this. Which they shouldn't, because it's way better than the big blast, because it's less expensive and it comes up faster. Right? I'm gonna use this 3 times if the game goes long. Maybe 2 times. And the 1 time already paid off the 50. Okay, big units that the hacker can't quite hack because of their levels also would work. Warfactory in the corner. That's very good against this entire board for now. That's not until the hacker gets levels or items. At that point, it will also lose. Every air unit in the game counters hacker. Right? Big boats, Raidens, you name it. They will beat the hacker, no matter what. Ibis also works. We prefer those who shoot faster and multiple targets, because the hacker is gonna produce stuff, right? But a Raiden doesn't care. If a Raiden is here, it will arc backwards into the unit that got hacked and forwards. Everything that is in range will get hit. So it can't actually be countered by small amounts of units like a Overlord could, right? An Overlord would care. It would shoot the IS-3 missiles, but it has launcher Overlord, so it can shoot a lot faster than all the other carry units. So could also work. All right, this is good talk, because if you ever experience this, you will either baby rage and quit, or you will just beat him, because Hacker is not that complicated to understand. It just needs a specific answer, and if you don't bring it, if you deploy more ground-based stuff, you will lose the game. Like 100%. You cannot even reliably drop fortresses. If the other guy has shield break of any form, may it be EMP, melter EMP, Scorpions with double shot, even Phantom Rays. I sometimes deploy Phantom Rays with burst at the line and will blow up his entire shield line, and then I will douse his entire board in fire. That's how powerful Shield Break is as an ability. Huge amounts of damage right away. That is not DPS. DPS we don't care about. We care about, can we deal 40,000 damage in one blow? That's the thing. And that's also something that can be very useful when you're playing hackers yourself. So if you're looking for a way to play hackers, this is the kind of board. Medium-sized, lots of units, upgraded with marksman, steel balls with replicate. Very nasty to hack because you get chuff yourself inside of chuff. This is one of the worst case scenarios for steel balls. I will say those steel balls are a little bit less common for you to get spammed at, I think. Or I would assume. Okay. So this is not good, looking good unless Tarkus knows what he's doing, and then we have the unit drops. So it's thinking time. Do you see any units that I just mentioned when I was describing how to break shields?
Yeah, the Phantom Rays.
At the melting point.
Yeah.
And one I forgot to mention was the Sabertooth. Also breaks through any shield in one shot.
Oh.
This one, humongous amount of damage. They can one-shot almost anything. Especially this unit.
So within probably you have the marksman, so probably either melting point or the Sabertooth. But for the melting point, he would have to check the range. No, yeah, the range. Otherwise, it will connect with your chaff faster than the shield itself. And the Sabertooth probably would be my choice.
So again, for who would you pick what?
For Tarkus, either Sabertooth or Melting Point. And for you, for you, I actually have no idea. I mean, nothing seems that much useful for the things that you want to do.
Yeah, we could sell, right? There's always an option.
Then Melting Point or Sabertooth.
What's worth more, the Sabertooth or the Melting Point? Quick mouth.
700 against 400-650, the Sabertooth should net you more.
The melting point was actually nerfed in a recent patch. It used to cost less, and now the level 3 and the level 2 melting point cost more. Okay, so oftentimes the units are not at equal cost because they have different use cases, and this is one of the latest nerfs to this unit card. That's why the Sabertooth is actually worth more money. It wasn't, actually. Earlier it wasn't. Because the unlock cost of a melting point is obviously higher, right? So in total we would get more if we want the melter. Okay. I don't actually remember what I took, to be honest. I just know none of these units are very helpful right now into this board. Phantom Ray gets countered by Marksman and Phoenix. Sabertooth, I don't need to kill anything on this board that has high HP. Rhinos, yeah, I guess you could run rhinos, but they would still die to phoenixes rather quickly, especially with charge
Yeah.
shot and on the bar, and they would probably drown in those freaking crawlers because they're getting too far ahead most of the time. And also, we just invested into a unit. And when you do this, even if you lose the round, okay, even if you deployed hackers and I would have lost, you commit. We don't have any options. We do commit. This is the only plan. There's no more thinking what he would do and blah, blah, blah. We set up for this 5 turns, so this will work 100%.
Okay.
If it didn't, we will lose the game and we say we don't do that again. Okay? Very important. Do not switch techs. Remember our other game where you wanted to deploy a Vulcan down here? Was another one where we looked at and we like, yeah, we can put a Vulcan here. That's exactly the same thing where we over invested into multiple units where we should have stick to just one. Okay. So that being said, I'm pretty sure I will take the melter in this case because I want it unlocked. But I'm not sure if I will sell it or not. Because it does do very well against the Saber, and the Saber I currently can't really kill. If he puts a regen on the Saber-tooth, I will have actually some trouble. Okay, there comes another Tarantula, because as I was saying, there's no chaff clear here. Need another one. Now we're chaff clearing pretty good, and look at that. Our opponent knows what I was talking about, right? The shields. And the air play. So this is a good player, don't get me wrong. He knows what's up. I just baited him a little bit. And you're also right, the EMP will probably screw this shield over, right? It's probably gonna die in the first few seconds. So this board is hackable. And as long as one side is hackable, you have a problem. Because that side will turn against you and will take tower. And if I hack this unit and that shoots the tower, that is like one of the fastest push you can do. No other unit can get tower as fast as hacker can because you're shooting your own tower. It's a big problem against hackers if you don't do it right. So I think this is a the Raiden from last game, right? The Raiden you wanted to buy into the Warfactory in the drop that plays around how can we lose. So only do this if you're very, very certain that you can afford to do that. Because I'm close to dying here. This is not an easy thing to do. And I'm also loaning here, by the way, because I know I'm to buy. And even then, we deploy the goddamn Fangs, as we should. Because they're very, very good against Phoenixes, Marksmen, and the Phantom Race. Yeah, look at that. Instant shield.
Yeah.
Is down, and these statues are not even shielded properly because he didn't put them far enough. Right? They would get hacked no matter what he does, so he doesn't know where to shield. And there we go again. Sledgehammers are currently killing each other. Nothing else. The entire carry line is shooting at those goddamn sledges. Over and over and over again. Until the hacker hacks the marksman, and then it's game over. The melting point I just use as a tank, right? He's just sitting there and getting some value, but melting point has high synergy with melter since he will never overkill a target, and he breaks shields, right? He is killing shields okay speed, better than the hacker for sure. So that's disaster, right? He invested all that money, loaned again. I didn't even deploy more hackers, by the way. I just leveled up the original hackers, which are leveling now. And he did what he was supposed to do, right? The Phantom Ray play.
Yeah.
And as you could see last turn, I was actually ranging my marksman, right? The ones I neglected, the Lost Sons, what I want to call them. I'm still open to air cheese, by the way. For some reason, he doesn't want to do that. But okay. I just did that because of the Phoenix Marksman and Phantom Ray drop. Marksmen do okay against melting points because of EMP and whatnot. They outrange them if they want to. all that stuff. So they are good against everything except the sledgehammers. And the sledgehammers I already have covered. So everything is covered, right? We have Tarantula, we have Marksman, because Hacker gets countered by air. The only thing we are weak to is Wasp play. And we have a Farseer in the back, and we have Fangs and whatnot. So we're not really that weak to Wasp play. Let's say it like that, right? If he has a unit drop, maybe, but not just three Wasp in the back here or something like that.
Yeah.
But that could be one of his comebacks here, I think. Okay, but believe me, at this point he was swearing a lot in chat, and he was not thinking about anything productive. Because he saw him winning early with his tempo, and now he sees himself dying with all the tempo he could buy, right? He had all the shields, missile interception, all he could muster up, and it still didn't work. Okay. Instant bomb, missile strike are okay. This one here, please keep this in mind. This is a very good missile if you know your opponent is investing into shields. Okay?
Yeah.
Have you used this thing before?
No, never.
Okay. So base HP on a missile doesn't exist. It's damage. 5k damage. So we're dealing 15k per missile.
Oh.
So if opponent drops a shield or multiple shields, we deal almost the entire damage. It's like an EMP, right? For 100. 2 missiles equals 1 shield. Let's say he has a shield here and here. Then we missile here.
Okay.
It's 2 shields.
And it takes both?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's an AoE, right? A huge AoE. This is what we call in the higher MMR the nuke at home. Okay? Because you can make nukes with this setup. But you can also spread them anywhere you like. And you can make them go off instantaneously in a game. That's a very, very powerful spell. Just keep this in mind, okay? If you ever need shield break and your board absolutely sucks against them, this is good. This is take it home. This will blow up tarantulas with 2 of them, or 1 of them if they're level 1. In 1 blast. So very, very powerful upgrade. Should consider using this. Not this game specifically, just in general.
Yeah.
He takes it. See? There it is. I didn't even remember that, by the way. I was just telling by experience. So what is he trying to do here? Is he trying to kill Fangs? Nope, he's shield breaking, right? He's trying to get that shield. It's annoying him. But also means he invested 100, 100, and 100 into the card. So he's not stopping with the brakes. He's spending all his money that he doesn't have. Okay, on the other side here, we have a range on the melter finally, because I'm still waiting for that Warfactory, by the way. This is why he's here. I'm playing around his outs, which he never did. So I should have deployed some anti-air here, some Mustangs as well, if I was playing completely safe. Instead, we just take the range, we take more Fangs. And where do the Fangs go? Everywhere. Front, back, and center. And there's the late Fangs even. And how do we play around this?
Missile interceptor.
Nope, doesn't work because there's multiple missiles. One of them will hit.
Oh.
You can outplay a missile interceptor. That does work. And this missile will actually kill the missile interceptor because it has so much damage.
Well, then put something on the front.
Yep, exactly. So if we want to play around fire, Stormcaller, and all that stuff that breaks shields, we always put something in the front. And all of this shields can be prevented. So if we are playing around this, I shouldn't have deployed this greedy Fang. I should have deployed it here.
Okay.
A crawler, for example. Okay. He buys more sledges. I'm not sure how that's going to solve the problem, but he's a sledge enjoyer. I would say that. I dropped a missile here because I finally saw the air flank. Look at that. Both shields almost dead. For very little money. But he also, for some reason, upgraded the freaking sledgehammers. I don't really see why he did that. When you are standing in fire, you are already dead, because the hacker has only one true counter, and that's chaff. So if you can prevent fire, you are good. If not, you probably die. You see here the melter is doing fine, right? It's just shooting some medium units here and there. It's not useless. It's fine. Now it's gonna go tanking as well. Marksman can't even kill that freaking sledgehammer. Because it's just too much regen. That's it. Okay.
Yep.
Why did I show this? We still have a lot of chaff. Even though we were under pressure. We were still deploying all the chaff. And once all that was filled, we fixed the chaff clear. Just like we did with the arc lights last time. It was just easier, let's say. And how did we fix that? With the unit drop. We used the unit drop, finally. Right? Because we couldn't get our perfect setup. We didn't get Vulcans. We didn't get arc lights in our starting packs. Nothing like that. We just committed to whatever Bear-like was sending us. And the Tarantula did the job, right? It just chaff cleared.
Yeah.
All of them. Even into a Phoenix, which is considered a counter. I don't wholly agree with that, because the Tarantula probably chaff clears faster than anything he can put down. And what did he do? He did not put any chaff clear down. It's just sledges. Without mech rage. You were trying to say mech rage is good here, right? It's true. Yeah. I think mech rage would have been good. But apparently we are going for field maintenance to overreact into this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
For no reason at all. This is a freaking Stormcaller. That wasn't even supposed to kill the sledges. It just looked like it was scary. Look at the damage output. It's pretty pathetic for a Stormcaller. Stormcallers are actually pretty good into a lot of boards, but not like this.
Yeah.
Okay, and 2 hackers was all it took. I didn't deploy 6 of them. I didn't deploy 10 of them. As soon as we saw the hacker is doing the job just fine, done. And that's all we need to do to be successful for just a normal game, right? And this was a close one. You can see here I was pretty close to dying here, but I had the plan. I had a plan, and he had a lot of tempo, and that it was fine as far as I know. I could have also lost, but he didn't make the correct plays, and I answered his play. There was never a big air transitioning happening that could have killed me. He didn't even take the Phantom Race or anything like that. And I would have died, right? 1300 with enough air units? Easy. Not really enough Wasp. For example, Farseer was the only thing here. Overcommit Wasp on this side. Push this tower. Kill that. Go over here. Kill that Farseer.
Yeah.
That would have been a good plan. But as I said, he was mentally broken by the fact that there was hackers on the table. That was all. It's true. It's true. Because he was doing so well, and then suddenly everything went south. That's why people, by the way, complain about this unit, the melting point, and this unit. Because they're winning, and then, oh my god, he dropped a melter into my Vulcan, a hacker into my mass amount of sledges, steel bolts, anything you'd like that is ground-based. And then suddenly I lost OP unit. Because the setup is trash. The setup for the units you're trying is trash. There's too much of the same here and not enough of counterplay when I actually make this play. I can see this coming. When I'm playing sledges, I'm very much worried about hackers. Not all the time, but when I'm overcommitting and I'm in an aggressive position where I can't even transition out of sledges, I mean, he could have done this with 4 sledges, by the way, forever. He doesn't need those. Like, what the hell is this? I have no idea what this was supposed to do, but apparently he needed more of them instead of making them useful or stay out of range. He could have ranged them as well. if you wanted to stay away from getting hacked and whatnot. So this is a very defensive setup, and that's how I would play it if I'm getting pressured. Even if this was an aggro game, I would have done the same. So don't be scared to drop units like this. As long as they counter enough stuff on the board and they're doing their job, that's all fine.
Okay.
I will do something real quick. Unfortunately, I do not have the written version right now. I hope this works. Oh, my keyboard died. It has a very loose cable. And I have to put something heavy on the top so it works. Professional setup, by the way. I will switch out of this one real quick and open my GIMP.
I have to go now.
Yeah, I can send it to your Discord as well. Oh no, I can't. I actually have to upload it somewhere. I will send you the link. Yeah,
Okay.
let's do it like that, okay? I will send you a link to a image host website because I can't upload a more than 10 megabytes, and the thing is huge. That's the one problem. But you can take a look at it, and I think I should probably explain some stuff about it. But in generally speaking, it's just what to build against what. So in the top row, there's just the units, and the rest is just the other one. And I don't want to explain too much about it. I just want to see if you can tell what I'm trying to tell you with that picture. Because if I don't have to explain too much, then it's probably not a good picture anyway. And there's no instructions on it right now. There should be instructions, but you know. First of all, I'll make sure that it is useful to somebody that is learning the game. That's it. Everybody else doesn't need that anyway, so doesn't really affect them. Okay, all right.
So you are building it right now. I mean, not right now, but that's a project that you're doing.
It is. It is, I would say, pretty close to finishing, but not really, because I probably have to upgrade the grid a few times because there's just so much stuff. It's 30 by 30 by 13, so that's a lot of units and unit counters, and sometimes I just miss some stuff or think the ordering should be different, because the order is actually how I think would be the most efficient or the most late game heavy to stuff that I do to get by, pretty much. It's 15 MB on the old version. Whoops. Okay. But anyway, I hope you find that kind of replay stuff useful as well. People tend to tell me they like lower MMR games. It's true, but if we look at Chaff and all that stuff, I can't really compare it to anything else, because nobody is gonna play properly around the stuff like the other guys do. And if they don't, you win anyway. With good amount of Chaff and Chaff clear, you probably win any game. It doesn't even matter if you committed to Hacker or Marksman or any carry. As long as you get the first part right and you play around the unit drops, I think there's not much that can stop you anyway. The rest is just icing on the cake to get way, way higher, pretty much. But that is something that the majority of games should never come down to. Did you watch the last game that I was playing with the factories?
Me or you?
You. Did you watch the last game that I was playing before you came into the call?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I didn't made it on time.
Yeah, fine. What I'm trying to say is I was playing a very suboptimal strategy, in my opinion. And there's still a guy in around 2 or 2.1k MMR that consistently plays only that. So That tells you a lot about the the validity of actual strategies in Mechabellum. You can make a lot of them work if you're a good player, and if you're not a good player, you can make none of them work. So I think that's a good thing to remember. So if you have something that you want to play and you have fun building around, you can do that. That's all fine. Maybe not super optimal, but it's fun for sure. As long as the basics are right, you can do whatever you like. That's not an issue.
Yeah.
That's very in all the RTSs that I know, that's not the case, for example. You will get punished pretty hard if you go off meta most of the time. But, you know, I guess if you're good enough, you can also troll around in lower MMI. I guess that works. But that's not what we're trying to do here anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why I was showing you this. This was all what that we saw was stuff that we played in tournaments. So that's something both should consider the best course of action that turn. So I like that. It's when the stakes are high, people usually don't throw around and play whatever they feel like comfortable playing, unless they have a very different mindset. Because if you're streaming and stuff like that, you probably will play some stuff that you don't think is suboptimal or is just interesting. And that's fine as well. I mean, it doesn't have to be the other way around. All right. Okay, I will let you go. I will send it to you. I don't have the updated version right now, but I will finish the current one and then I will upload it and send you the picture. And then we can have a talk anytime after, because you can just save that and be done with it. I just have to add, it's not very mobile friendly. You should probably look at it if you're at a computer, because it's way too big. That's the issue. Okay.
Yeah, I will do it on my PC, so it's not a problem.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Thank you so much for the help.
Thank you for coming in, and I hope we can do it sometime again. Don't worry about the time frame stuff. If you have time, you have time. If not, if not. I mean, I'm just asking or sending you stuff if I think it's interesting, and that's all that is. I'm not expecting anything. I just do it and be done with it, no matter what the response is. Because oftentimes there is a huge delay, or sometimes they write something immediately. I don't care. As long as it helps, it's all good.
Amazing. Thank you really a lot.
Yeah, no issue. All right. Then have a nice evening, and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
All right. So I think that's gonna be it for me for now as well, because I need to finish that freaking picture, and that takes a long amount of time. But I think it's worth it, so I will go ahead and do that. All right. Thank you guys for watching. If you did, please leave a like on the stream, or drop a follow or a subscription if you're watching from YouTube or Twitch. Doesn't matter. And see you guys next time. Bye bye.